All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, February the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson. I am the moderator of your room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you. All right, guys, so big news for all these social media, not all of them, but some of them, obviously, for Facebook and Snap and Pinterest, P-I-N-S, at Google News. It came out this morning at around, well, I don't know what time it came out. I see a headline around 8. So it's what Apple was doing last year. I mean, basically really hurting ad revenues from companies like Facebook and Snap, etc. So Google is following suit with in the Android platform. And I don't know when it's going to happen, but they plan to curtail cross-app tracking on Android phones. So that's the reason why, excuse me, all of this started to happen. And that was at 8 o'clock. Yeah, I'm just looking here. That is at 8 o'clock. You can see right here, Facebook is moving down. Right at that time when Google made that announcement, and Snap, same thing. And take your pick of any of these social media stocks. So they're going to get hit. I mean, they already got hit last year with the Apple news on that, but Android, of course, is believe it or not, a wider platform. So advertising Google's plans for Android could hasten an end to more than a decade of advertising practices. So put a big damper on those stocks right now. Now, it's interesting. Somebody was talking about trading in the pre-market. You're absolutely right. The only thing I would say is this, is that, there are now enough. Listen, trading in the pre-market is not necessarily easy. Trading when the market opens is not necessarily easy. But you look at this one, for instance, 4 million shares. This is RBLX, it's an earnings play, down 20%. Plenty of liquidity. So yeah, you've got to pick and choose. But there is so much action now in the pre-market. I'm not saying it's easy, but there's certainly, if you look at 10, 15 years ago, yeah, I would never, ever have traded in the pre-market. But, there's a lot of action in the pre-market. The pre-market and market hours are now getting way more blurred. Anyway, let's take a look at other things that are happening. Just a note, also BXR, I think it's BXRX. BXRX, no, what is it? What is it? Is it BLXRX? I wrote it down, and I wrote it down incorrectly, I guess. Maybe it was BRXRX. I was right, BXRX. Okay, so this has actually been adjusted, okay, because they did a 1 for 35 reverse stock split, and when I first looked at this morning, it was up like, 1,000,000%, which of course was not correct, but it's been adjusted, so we're good now. Well, there's no recommended time. I mean, Syracuse, if you want faster, faster action, I guess I would say 2 minutes, but I wouldn't say there's any recommended time. I mean, I run this on every 2 minutes because, these are usually fast moving stocks, but I mean, some of the races, it's up to you. It really is truly up to you. All my stuff is on my homepage. Okay. So let's take a look. What else is happening? There is other stuff. Hook, H-O-O-K, H-O-O-K, is gapped up on Lyric. Reaffirms with a $4 price target put on them by Lyric, one of the an analyst. So that is a reason for Hook being up. UPST, I don't think this is an earnings play as such. It is an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is an earnings play. UPST. This is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. You may, if you were in the room yesterday, you heard me talking about TISI, T-I-S-I, and I suggested, well, you know what? I mean, if this closes, I didn't. I'll just tell you right off the bat, I did not do this. But those of you looking for potential swings, this was an interesting one to take a look at. And so it is also, it's gapped up another 20% pre-market after hours action, and now pre-market action. And this was Not an earnings play. I can't remember. 10 million equity investment. That happened on the 11th. But a big day yesterday and a continuation. The aforementioned RBLX earnings play. So this is really getting hit hard. As is Toast, T-O-S-T. T-O-S-T is Toast. Look at this, another down 18%. Another earnings play. DRCT is up. And do I see any news on it? They raised, again, I don't see any news on it for today. They raised 15.4 million. This is a recent IPO. Okay, so this was a recent IPO that did not do well. I remember this one. When I say did not do well, I mean it did not gap up. This is the opening day, so this is 4 days ago. Good morning, YouTubers. BBIG was up. Haven't seen that one for a bit. Vinco Ventures completes the acquisition of Adriser. All right. We've already talked about Snap and Facebook and Pinterest. Let me just bring those charts up. See if they're the descent is somewhat. So there's a little bit of a base for Facebook now. And how about Pinterest? PINS? Not yet. Viacom. Ooh, Viacom got hit on earnings. VIAC. Another one. These are big moves. I mean, 15% with $500 million in the float. Those are big, big moves. Macy's actually was gapping up. I think Deutsche Bank put a... So Deutsche Bank and also Evercore has put a $50 price target on Macy's. Who's that group again? Street Sweeper? Is it Street Sweeper? I got an email last night saying they're going to be slamming some other stock today. You guys, some of you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if that information has come out yet. Let's see if I can dig up that email. They did, they tease you. They don't give you the name of the stock until usually just before the open. Let me see if I can find pretty sure it was Street Sweeper. Well, typically what's going to happen is we're going to see some stock moving down on the open if they do release it just before the open. Sage is another one, guys. Sage is another one beaten up on not earnings. Okay, so it's interesting when you read look at a headline and it says Sage's depression drug meets the main goal. However, you got to dive into it a little bit more, raise questions about the durability, the experimental treatment, etc., etc. So they're developing it with Biogen. So when you first see a headline, it looks good. This is just from yesterday. I guess it hasn't been updated, Poolman. I'm surprised your show's red. Usually this doesn't, for me anyway. We don't really pay that much attention to it until the market opens. This is from yesterday. Yeah, Hook. So yeah, okay. So a $4 price target put on them by Lyric. Okay, so we're going to be in for a bit of a negative open. I can see right now the SPY is down, so we're going to be in for a bit of a negative open. Let's take a look and see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. And not too many, excuse me, not too many of each. And of course, we've got to also deal with the on again, off again, Russia/Ukraine. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the downgrades in. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, looking to see if anything else is popping in here. Apps was, Apps also was moving down. Somebody said Eric was, there was a takeover bid for Eric. I couldn't see that, news at all. I see, what I do see is Ericsson loses $4.7 billion of market value amid Iraq probe. So that's the news that I see on Ericsson. Previously found evidence of corruption in Iraq, including being unable to determine if certain payments in the country fell into the hands of terror organizations. So that is the news on Ericsson, ERIC. Another communication stock, Disca, maybe been brought down with Viacom, VIAC, Disca, DISCA. Okay, give me one moment, please. Let's see, a Tal Trader, no, I'm not having any problems. It's not really new. It's just more highlighted. That's all. This is the profit target and stop. It's not really new. It's just more highlighted. That's all. I mean, now you can really see it as a cylinder. Okay, that is so. It's not really. Okay, it's new, but all it is just more highlighting. Okay, here's your smart stop. There's your target up here, and so more of a cylinder. That's all. Trying to make it a little more clear, I guess. Our RBLX continues down here, guys. This is what this is a meta stock. Is that right? A meta stock? All right, Facebook looks like it's found a base here. Facebook, FB, looks like it, no, maybe not. You know, I would discount that topping tail completely. Maybe not, I'm sorry. It's still drifting down on that Google News. Ah, thank you. It's Spruce. Thank you, Will. It was a street sweeper. Thank you. So that's the one. All right. How did you see that? Is that from your Trader Exchange or whatever that thing you're using? Because I'm not seeing it in my IB headline yet. I thought they were talking about a recent IPO. Well, I guess it is. Well, relatively. Well, that's okay. You don't have to, but I'm just interested to know that that's where you got it from. Well, we'll see if it has a really dramatic effect. I mean, it's had an effect. How much more dramatic? I remember the last one was a tremendous one. I mean, it just kept gapping down, 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 down. And then what happens is typically the company, maybe not today, but tomorrow, is going to come out and try to refute all of the allegations. Let's see when it hits my IB headlines, because then it becomes a little more widespread. Exactly. I'm just waiting. You know, wait till it starts hitting other headlines. Lots and lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, but pretty tough spread right now. 64. You know, it just tightened to a penny, but. All right, well, let's see. We got some bottoming tails here. Let's see if we can really start taking out that 23 level. And when this news really hits, what's the next low looking left? Looks like it's around 2175. All right, so a couple of Snap has snapped up a little bit, guys. After that news regarding their ability to generate ad revenue based on what Google is now going to do, following in Apple's footsteps, what Apple did last year, Snap is having a little bit of a resurgence. Yeah, that news just needs to be disseminated a little bit more for AI. I did have BIG as one of the things. I don't know if I talked about it. No, I did talk about it a little bit. Yeah. Well, they had that's the acquisition. Okay, of AdRiser. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see what's happening right now. I guess, of course, most of them will be less than 50%. Oh, RBLX just getting slammed. And how's energy doing? So again, you know, the topsy-turvy world of energy stocks. So again, if this Russia-Ukraine thing heats up again, so what you're seeing here, in case you don't know what you're looking at, these are the major ETFs, major sectors in the ETFs. So XLE, so the stocks that make up XLE, the energy sector, these are the stocks that make it up. 90% of them are up from yesterday's close. Yesterday, the entire day, I believe 100% of them were down, okay, from the day before's close. So this is the change. And that is the only look at communications. Well, because Viacom probably leading the way. Viacom, only like 92% of them are down. So Viacom's probably dragging down most of them. What else is happening? Let's take a look at financials. They've changed this up on me. There's technology, so only 10% of them are up from yesterday's close. And financials, 31%. So of course this can change. But right now, energy plays are in vogue for today as we start. Okay, so if you're looking to take an energy play, at least you know you're following the trend. Can I remove the box with racing cars? No. You mean you want me to? The answer is no. Why? Is I'm supposed to be demonstrating it. You can if you want, but I'm not going to. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't understand your question. I don't know if they good question, Moody. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if a trend line on a daily chart shows up on the intraday charts. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any special thing you have to do. If it doesn't show up, it's not showing up. I don't use trend lines, but I mean, I'll put one in just to see. See, I don't need. So there's a trend line. So I just put a trend line in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do it, Moody. I don't use trend lines, so, but I have a trend line there, and I don't see it on any of the other time frames. So there may not be a way to do it. What you can do is send something to info at maybe one of the other traders uses trend lines. Maybe there's a trick that I don't know about, okay? You don't have to put it in caps. I'll get my caps off. Well, if you want, okay, if you want to remove anything, you just click on the X. Okay, just click on the X. That goes for anything. There's an X, so just click on it and that'll remove it. Yeah, it may be that there is a way. I just don't know, Moody. But just putting a trend line on the daily chart, I did not see it on the rest of them, and I don't see that there is a, some kind of a option. All right, well, moment of truth coming up for AI. Let me see if that is hit yet. I still don't see it. There's a bit of a pop here for AI. Again, let's see if that news hits wider headline news and see if that really starts to drag it down. Right now, no. Well, so far that news is not having as damaging effect, but I still don't see it in IB. 1 minute? Okay, yeah, 1 minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I may, in fact, be able to trade today. Only took one trade yesterday. FSLY. Hearing that one. Another earnings play, guys. FSLY, another earnings play. Just kind of showing up on my scanner now, FSLY. All right, we are now open. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, so I'm just going to like to see things settled out. If you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30 minutes. Just let things settle down a little bit. So let's see. So NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. Dr. Hook. Hook is still on the move here. $4 price target put on them by, is it Leerink? Well, let's see if AI can crack 24, William. Oh, there's Viacom. Viacom on the way down here, guys. It's an earnings play, of course. Whoa, this is really getting hit here. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early, but it is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see it right there, 29.77. And after that big jump yesterday for Space, Space is starting to give some up. Takes out 10, look out. SPCE. All right, AI underneath 24. Wow, Viacom, I mean, probably going to kill me for not taking it this early. I just tend to not want to take them right off the bat, but Viacom looks so weak at VIAC. Again, 29.77 on the alert. All right, for some reason I have an alert set for MNTV. I don't think it's that interesting. Must have set that alert a few days ago. Look at Snap and Facebook. Well, Snap especially, guys. Actually, Snap and Facebook are coming back. All right, so there goes Tissy, guys, winning the race or leading the race right now. It's early. You can see the pop here. All right, Sophie, maybe a delayed reaction finally from the Super Bowl, but Sophie on the way up here, SOFI. The ratings were way up, well, not way up, 10% over last year's Super Bowl. And of course, the game was played in Sophie Stadium, that's why I'm mentioning it. All right, so first green bar, or first 15-minute candle is green so far in the SPY. Well, so much for Spruce Points. Let's see, 77 cents. See if this holds. It's 25. It drops from here, but this is a big comeback for it. Now I have Massey halted on the way down. Massey is an earnings play. MASI is an earnings play. Well, look! I mean, look at the bounce for these media companies off that Google news. Maybe they're trying to say, you know what? It's not as big a deal as everybody's going to make it out to be. So there is Snap though. Viacom still weak. VIAC still very weak. Twitter, of course, Twitter. Well, Twitter. I have to discount that topping tail. I don't think that really happened. But so Twitter, of course, ad revenues. Twitter. I don't have Q-Tech halted. Is it the volume maybe? Yeah, my volume minimum is 20,000, so that's why. Boy, Viacom is just getting absolutely clobbered here. What's the next level? Just trying to see where another low is. Looks like 28.36 on that monthly chart, so it's still got room to run if it wants to. I know some of you follow this BKKT. I don't know what crypto is doing, but a lot of volume coming into this BKKT. A lot of volume. You're right, William. I mean, this may even go positive. AI may even go positive. I mean, it's not that far away. This did not take an effect. Another one moving down, guys, is a firm, AFRM. Of course, it's been in the last 5 days or so. AFRM moving down. Wow, Valuecom still getting clobbered here. You know, for again, $500 million in the float, down 20%. That is a big move for a big high float company. So I guess RBLX is having a bit of a pop here, guys. You can see it right there. RBLX having a pop. Well, guys, if you took this early, I mean, there's a star right there, 29.77 on the 10-day daily breakdown, 28.52 now. So it's over $1 move from there and still moving down. I did not take it there. Okay, I told you I don't like to take them so early, but this is continuing. So is RBLX, is that a meta stock? I think it is. I don't 100% know, but is it one of the meta stocks? It is. Thank you, Pepe. I thought so. All right, guys. Now AI underneath 25. There we go. Now it just hit at 9:34. It just hit my IB. Well, not just hit. I guess it hit a little earlier. After a new short report. So that hit at 9:34. So that may start to affect AI now. Not our AI. All right, I'll be paying attention. You mentioned a reversal. Definitely paying attention to my gap continuation or reversal scan. Nothing happens until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I put a delay. Lazy Boy. So is Lazy Boy an earnings play? It is not. It's not an earnings play. Doesn't appear to be an earnings play anyway. They propose a dividend. That happened after hours yesterday. Dividend proposal. Boy, apps is getting hit here, guys. APPS. I can't quite tell if that is being affected by the Google news or not. No, Navita Semiconductor. So this is an earnings play, guys. NVTS is an earnings play through that 10. What sort of support does it have? 893 looks like the next low is looking left. So it's got looks like it's got some fairly good support around 9. So it still has a little bit of room to run down if it wants to, but boy, apps is just, I can't see any news on it. It had earnings on the 8th. It didn't look too bad. You know, I'd be looking at that snap. Excuse me. And yeah, it had a nice little pop. Good volume came in, but boy, I tell you, that news is pretty bad for this whole industry. So, you know, if it doesn't hold 40, I'd be looking at a short here. So some of the energy plays, Schlumberger, SLB, big move here for Schlumberger. This is an all-time high, SLB, all-time high, energy sector. Kraft. These people are putting lots of ketchup and mustard and relish on their stuff. Look at this. Kraft is an earnings play. KHC is an earnings play, coming closer, getting closer to the 200-day moving average. 38. So it's a couple of dollars. It's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average right there for KHC. What happened to Massey when it opened? So got, halted on the way down as an earnings play, MASI. Now that is not a big float for a $136 stock to have only 51 million in the float. That's what can happen, boy. You can get a big move, 40%. All right, we have a gap up and a reverse for Corsair, CRSR. So a gap up. Now, with the market, what's the market doing? The market has put in a little bit of a green bar here. So any reversal plays, like a gap up and reverse, you would think would work a little bit better if you get some market help. And we have a gap up and go. UE, what are you doing? So this is an earnings play, February 16th pre-market, UE. Very spotty looking 5-minute chart. Yeah, you know what? I think Spruce Point certainly didn't hit it out of the park on this one. So the news is out there now. I mean, yeah, a little bit of a downturn, but did not hit it out of the park on that one. That's for sure. I'm just looking to see if the company has already come out with a rebuttal. I don't see it. All right, so this is a gap down in reverse. It is an earnings play, PAC B. It's a gap down and trying to reverse, PACB. Market is putting in a green bar here. And as usually, the stock that will not die, GME, making another move here, GME. AMC probably following suit. A couple of the big meme stocks, of course. All right, I do want to put this link in. Anybody who wants to try us out for, well, it'll be the balance of today plus another 7 trading days. We're 3 days into this test drive. Well, 2 days plus today into this test drive. I'm just going to put this link in here. I'll just explain what it, if you click on it, I'll explain what it means. All right, so there is a test drive link, okay? So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So for $11.11, okay, now it does end on the 28th, okay? It's not, so you're not going to get 10 days, 10 trading days. You get the balance of today plus until the 28th, inclusive. It'll cost you $11.11, and you can try us out. It's just as if you are a premium subscriber. The only difference is you will not be able to auto trade anything, all right? But other than that, it's just as if you were a premium subscriber. Also, if you're a standard subscriber right now and want to upgrade until the 28th, you can do so for the 1111, just to check out the AI and other aspects of our premium service. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So we only do this 3 or 4 times a year, so we don't have free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get. So again, you can still sign up. You can still sign up until Friday, including Friday. Obviously, you're not going to get the full 10 days, but if you think $11.11, even if you only had 5 days, is worth it, then go for it. Okay, so Kathy, as far as troubleshooting, I mean, all I can suggest is that maybe you do if you go to account, okay, and do a reset your connection, okay? Are other charts, do you have any charts that are populating? Like bring up another chart, click on new, and then chart window, and see if, I don't know, maybe the charts you have are corrupted for some reason. Just see if you can get any data at all. But before I would do that, I would click on account and reset connection just to see if that's the issue. The other thing to check is, do you have a green ball in the toolbar? Make sure that you are connected. I know you're saying you're getting top list data, but just to make sure that you are connected. Okay, so as somebody said in our other room, had the same issue, reset 3 times. Okay? I don't know why that's happening, okay? But they reset 3 times and it worked. Or maybe just close down trade ideas and reopen. I mean, I can't explain it. Obviously, I'm not having that issue. All right? But somebody in our other room said that they had to reset 3 times before it worked. That fix it? All right, good. Meanwhile, apps just continues down, guys. Look at this move. Apps just continues down. All right, look at Lazy Boy here. I mean, LZB takes out 30. Boy, this could have another, and it's an earnings play, could have another big drop. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, MGNI is a gap down and go. So let's see if this one holds underneath 13. There's a green bar ignored. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific. I mean, I see some news about their research finding 68% of CTV viewers use at least one live TV streaming service. I don't know why that would affect this, but so much for Tissy. You gotta be very, very careful with these low float ones. I mean, look pretty good right up here, 158, and then it just gave it up. If you're wondering why, just profit taking. I mean, here's a stock that was, 61 cents, 60 cents, only 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Keep an eye on that MGNI, guys. I like this one, under 13. Excuse me. This is a gap down and, excuse me, sorry about that. It's a gap down and go. And what I'm really looking at is the market, of course. So so if you're looking for, it's nice to go with the trend of the market. And so a gap down and go, especially when I don't see any specific news on it, it may just kind of follow the market. Okay, thank you. So they are also affected by the Google News. Okay, thank you. Snap is holding 40. I'm surprised. Snap is holding 40. I have my doubts, but hey, we'll have to see. Okay, Viacom is still weak. It had a little pull up, but it is still looking weak. Viacom meaning VIAC. Boy, this one is this is a tough intraday trader. BKKT. Look at this. It got up to 8.54. It pulls all the way down to $8 just about. I mean, those are big percentage moves. You've got to have wide stops if you're going to try to take this one intraday. Well, I'm starting to see some bounces now. I mean, obviously you see the bounce in Snap. You see the bounce in Facebook even. So the MGNI, even though it is, somebody mentioned it is adversely affected by that Google News, these seem to be bouncing a bit. I'm watching this one, MGNI, underneath 13. I was all set to take this. I'm going to stick an alert around 1287 and see if it takes that out later on. All right, give me a moment, please. Keep watching that AI to see if it's going to have a collapse, but it might even go positive. That news is really not affecting it, or the news, the Swiss Point slamming of it, not really affecting it. Somebody mentioning in our YouTube room about Weber, W-E-B-R. Yeah, I mean, it was a very, whoops. Oh my goodness. My cat just spilled over my coffee mug. Just a minute. Yikes. Yeah, I put myself on mute here. All right. Disaster somewhat averted. So I don't know what you mean by buy or sell signals. If you're talking about the smart stop and the targets, that's just generated. So I don't know what you mean exactly by buy and sell signals. If you're talking about when you click on an alert, you see a blue arrow. That's just telling you where the alert happened. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by it is showing you buy or sell signals. Yeah, okay. So that, yeah, all the arrows on the chart means when you click on an alert, it's just telling you. Let's see on the. Let me go to Snap. Okay, so you see I clicked on Snap 9:32. So on a 15-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. It's not a buy signal. It's just telling you that's where the alert happened on a 15-minute chart, on a 5-minute chart, and on a 2-minute chart. Okay, that's all. It's not. It's got nothing to do with saying buy or sell. Ah, son of a gun! I forgot to. I was talking about this lazy boy on a 30 break. I just lost sight of it. LZB. Well, hopefully some of you heard me talk about it and maybe you acted. Wow, AMC now over right at 20. You're chasing it, of course, right now, but man, over 20 again. Next high looking left is 2096. So the meme stocks are still alive. Look at GME. I mean, GME. Boy, Ericsson and Viacom still moving down. My only trade is in Viacom right now, VIAC. Yeah, it's the only one I took. I mentioned it. I didn't want it right off the bat, but just because it was a little early. But we had the alert at 29.77. So, but I really missed the boat on LZB. So keeping an eye on the MGNI if it really takes out 13. Actually, AI actually showed up on the gap up, gap down, and reversal scan. Maybe the rumor mill again. They were supposed to be either bought out, merging with somebody. I mean that's what caused this move. This month's here. But then the rumors died. So I don't know. Maybe the rumors are coming again, starting again with, AUPH. All right, MGNI now underneath 13. Let's see if this really gives it up. This is a gap down and go. You know, I had a little pull up here. Let's see if it holds this underneath 13 and starts to move down. I think I saw that the next low looking left is way down here at 1220, so it certainly has room. Or wait a minute, 1291. So it takes out that 1291. Today it got down to 1283. Oh, there you go. So AUPH had a Leerink. Is it Leerink, not Leernink or whatever? Leerink. I want to call it Leerink. Yeah, Schlumberger. I did not take this one. I probably should have. Not the, well, this one is really moving, but the SLB, mentioned that earlier. Very strong, energy play. All-time high. All right, I've got to put an alert for MGNI at around 1290, see if it takes it out. So down here, 1295. Well, whatever they presented, they must have liked it, or is it just, the rumor mill starting again? I mean, that's a great daily break for AUPH. But you're right, coming into this area right over here, which could be resistance. Well, at some point, this AUPH could turn into a delicious short. I mean, this is really rocking here. What's the high over here is 2035, and then we've got 2001, we've got 2035. I mean, if it takes out that 2035, then 2229 is the next area. So, I mean, it may not be ready yet. It's taken out that 2035, so the next high looking left is 2229. Okay, guys, I'm just, boy, this Ericsson is, I've never traded this one. I've always shied away from it. But look at the gap down, though. I mean, three billion in the float. That's a massive gap down for a company with 3 billion in the float, 13%, and something to do with Iraq. This is the news. This is the news here about admission of investigations into its Iraq business are concerning. It's hard for us to know, etc., etc. You mean Hook? My thoughts are always this, you're talking about Hook, 959. I guess that's the last one. Well, I mean, if it holds two and starts to move, it could be good. That's my only thoughts on it. Has a $4 price target put on it by, I think, Leerink. So there is some news. There is some news. Problem with it is, let's see, if I look here, I mean, it's got a little bit of, some areas of potential resistance not that far away, in the 220s to 230s. So, and obviously here. So I just don't know how much more dynamic it's going to be. I mean, right now, when you look at a 2-minute chart, I mean, the trend is weak. Okay, guys, MNGNI. Let's see if it can hold underneath 13 well. Oh, man, Viacom. Well, let's see if it can take out 28. And here she is. That was my dog waking me up. Come on, MGNI. If you're going to take out 13, do it. Don't tease. Boy, Schlumberger, guys, I know I mentioned this one earlier. This is just a star right now. Didn't take it, but, pointed it out. All-time high. Man, if you can handle the whip, I mean, it's BKKT, but it's tough. It's a tough one to trade. Look at this, up, down, up, down, up, down. Meanwhile, CFVI, of course, tied in with the DWAC. But another tough one to trade. Look at this. I mean, look at a 15-minute chart like this. I mean, you have a topping tail all the way up to 1565, and then all the way down to 1519, and back up, topping tail. I mean, they're very, in my opinion anyway, just too difficult to trade. Unless you, take very few shares with a very wide stop and you have some belief. Other than that, so IMTE just got halted again. That got halted yesterday, didn't it? Yeah, it did. It got all the way up here at 798, and then it fell almost a third. Trying to do it again today. And so what was the high yesterday? The high yesterday, I just pointed it out, was 768. 768. So, I mean, if it can take that out, let's take a look to see what it might do. So what I'm looking at here is time and sales. So that's not good. 736 is the halt. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So what you'd want to see if you were lucky enough to get in it before the halt at a lower price, you want to see some, and now it's open. So that did not pop above. That did not pop above the halt price at all. But let's see. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Can we color the description box only instead of an entire scan? Description box where? You mean in a... Yeah, I don't use the description box, so let's see. Probably not. You're talking about description? Well, let's see. Let me duplicate. Oh, I've got a description box here, okay. Now, topless windows, you can... Okay, MJ and I, do your thing. Yeah, doesn't look like it. Topless windows, you can color a column, but not in an alert window. Yeah, there's just no option to do that. Here are the colors. No option to do it. Chandru, welcome, first of all. Okay, where could I find where all the windows are doing? Are you talking about what you're seeing on my screen? Because I'm sharing all my, like a lot of different scans, including the ones you see on my screen, if that's what you're talking about. So if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, you can see all of the scans that I am sharing, including the ones you see on my screen, on the monitor that I'm sharing. How to remove color on top. Okay, color on top of what? Okay, so yeah, so just click on my homepage link. Okay, you click on my homepage link and then go to the scan section right here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing, okay? Now, I also do have a link for the layout that you see, all right? Now, it is a docked. I don't know how it'll appear on your screen. I don't know what the size of, but I can put this in here. But just give me a moment. So this is actually the layout that you see with one addition. The AI is there. Okay, but it's a docked layout. I hope it works for you guys. When I say that, I hope it doesn't, well, first of all, I start off with a blank screen and I get rid of all your windows, and then you can load it. It's docking window, so it's going to look like this. So I don't understand what you mean, Roy, when you say how to remove a color on top. I don't understand that question exactly. A color from where? Okay, so I don't have that scanner up, but let's take a look at it. Okay, so what color are you talking about exactly? You're talking about this black? I mean, you can't really remove it, it just happens. So, but I don't know what you mean exactly. You mean this blue here? It just happens. I don't think you can. Oh, I see. I don't think you can. There's no, okay. Yeah, I don't think there's no option to do something like that. I mean, select colors. There's no option. Sorry. All right, MGNI starting to work. How well? I don't know. Viacom is still, big test is still at that 28 level. Viacom's. I think he meant I thought he meant the symbol. I thought he meant the symbol. Like it's in blue. I thought that's what he meant. Let me back up a bit here on that because you can. Let me just go to the properties and colors. I mean, this is something. Is this a palette? Okay, so this is actually a palette that you can choose the colors, okay? So for instance, so I guess you can choose gray, but I don't know if you want to do that. Okay, gray. So it's funny. I mean, I've created these alerts, these scans. I've used the same one for years, same color scheme for years. So, my bullish alerts, I want in green. I want the bearish alerts in red or yellow. It's just my preference. But I guess this is a palette that you can choose from. Okay. So all you have to do, you can, experiment a bit. I mean, I want the blue. But again, right click, properties, select colors, and then bullish alerts, which is, for me is and just do this. And select I guess you can select something from the column, from the palette. Just haven't done that for literally years. Okay, so the question was, how can I place all my windows inside a main dock window? First, I think you asked that question yesterday to the other guys at TRD. Okay. What you can do is this. First of all, did you watch the video? Which talks about docking. But to save you that, if you click on New and then Docked Window. Okay, so you click on New Dock Window, give it a name. Let's call it Test. Okay, so now you've got a dock window called Test. Now it's going into the user guide, okay? Which I don't want. Give me a moment. How to get rid of that? I know they. I know that's supposed to be helpful. I've never seen it like this. There we go. Just get rid of the instructions. Okay. So there's a dock window called Test. So now what you have to do, you have to have all your windows free floating that you want to put in here. Okay. Well, Okay, if it doesn't show the user guide, it must be a version that doesn't show the user guide, but that's okay because if you name it, call it test, okay? Now you've got all of your free floating windows that you want to put in here. Okay, so all the windows, your charts, single stock window, everything that you want to put in there. All you do is this, is you right click, and you duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name. And you see, it'll be up here. And the tabs will just keep forming and forming and forming with all, if you duplicate everything that you want in there. Okay, I'll do one more. I'll take this one, breaking down on volume, duplicate into test. There's another tab. So you got the idea. Every free floating window that you want in this big window that you've named test, or whatever you want to name it. Now at this point, now you just drag it. You pick a tab and you drag it, because typically you want to see them all. Okay, this is, it's a little, you have to play around with it. I can drag the tab here. Once this icon appears, now I can start arranging the windows as I want them, or the scans as I want them. Okay, but so the whole idea is you just keep doing it. Duplicate into whatever you name it. We have to do it one by one, yes. You do it one by one, and then don't forget to save it, okay? You save it, right click, save or share to cloud, and you see it's called test right now, and save it. Don't forget to save it. And what I would do actually is if you're going to use docking windows at all, what I would do is I would name them all starting with dock. Because what you can do is file, load from cloud, and now if I type in dock on my search, I get all my docked windows. I get all my docked windows, right at the top. So I can see all the ones that I've created docked windows of, okay? So I name all my docked windows. I start off with either dock or docked, and then give it a name afterwards. Just makes it easy to find all your docked windows. So in theory, you can create your own, different layouts, calling them, different docked names, and then, you want to see a layout, you just bring it up. You just find it, bring it up. Oh, so not the symbol. All right, guys, I've covered some of the Viacom. I have my doubts that it'll take out that 28. So I've covered some of the Viacom now. It got down to literally 2801. Right? 2801. Was watching it, hopefully willing it to go down below 28. So I still have some left, but now, here's a tip also. Reading what Syracuse is talking about. So, if you don't want to use docking, the main reason for docking is that, people want to be able to move, say, some windows over into another monitor. Okay, that's usually the main reason. That's not the reason I do it. I like the way it looks. I can put all my charts together, in a dock. I can create different, and I can also bring up some docked windows that I've created during the day just to take a look at some scans that I've got in there. That's why I do it. But the main reason before, though, used to be because people would have multiple monitors. And so the pain was if you have multiple monitors, and so this is the monitor that I'm sharing with you guys, but I have two other monitors. I have some trade ideas, windows, scans on other monitors. So before we had what I'm going to show you, it was a real pain because you would load trade ideas, and then you'd have to put all of your scans, arrange them every single day on your other monitors. So now what you can do, well, now, I mean, this has been for a few years now. So this is what you can do. So if you have multiple monitors, even if you don't, you just want every time you open trade ideas, you want exactly the same look on your main monitor. But designate one of your monitors as your main monitor and put the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner. Then arrange all of your windows, and I'm talking about free-floating windows, even if you have docked windows, but typically this is, if you don't want to use the docked windows, your free-floating windows, you can arrange them on your main monitor, put them on your other monitors exactly where you want them, and then click on Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, okay, this one just opened. This is an IPO that just opened. But where it says Layouts, and then check Open Relative to Main Window, okay? And then save it. Once you do that, and remember, when you exit trade ideas, remember to save your work because it has to remember you did that. When you open trade ideas the next time, all of your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay, so this one just opened. This is, looks like, well, just by the name, it looks like it should be a Chinese IPO. Let's take a look. So 5 million between 9 and 11. Those are my notes, okay? So there were 5 million shares issued, and the projected IPO price was somewhere between 9 and 11. You can see it's below, so not a lot of enthusiasm yet for it. All right, well, it's now 10:34. I'm a little late in my little spiel that I do normally around 10:20 every day. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., sharing my screen live on the mic. This is not special because of this test drive. This is the way it is all the time, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. I am going to put the test drive link in again, just to explain what it is. All right, guys, Sage from the AI is looking pretty good now. Sage from the AI is looking pretty good. Oh, sorry, I missed your question, Justin. Just give me a moment. I have to answer somebody else. Well, Roy, there's no guarantee. If you're looking at a stock in the pre-market that's gapping up, there's no guarantee that once the market opens, that the stock is going to keep going. Okay. Well, I mentioned the Viacom. Okay, I'm not I don't do live I mentioned the Viacom. You kind of have to listen to me. First of all, I have to be careful. I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot tell people what to buy or what to trade. But, I mentioned the Viacom very early. I said, wow, I love this one, Viacom, 29.77. But I did say I think it's a little too early for me to take this trade. So when you hear me say something like that, that should be your clue, guide, whatever you want to call it. All right, I see what he's looking at. It's an earnings play. It's being hit hard. There's a lot of room underneath. If it meets your trading plan, you know, you could have taken it at 29.77. It would have worked right from the beginning. I typically don't though, because I just don't like taking trades, you know, that early. So I watched it settle down just a little bit before I took the trade. And that's the best I can do. Okay. Now, as far as, you know, a stock that is gapping up in the pre-market, no. Just because a stock is gapping up in the pre-market, I mean, some of them do and continue once the market opens, but there's absolutely no guarantee. You know, that's why I always say, if you're new to trading, I'd be sitting out even the first 30 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit if you're new to trading. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, I have some exceptions to the rule, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. You know, I've been talking about the MGNI. You know, I'm in it. You know, I said, you know, I want to see if it holds underneath 13, and this was 12.90 was kind of my go. You know, I don't know, because if you look left, it has room to 12.20. I'm not saying it's going to get there. But, you know, you have to, if you listen to me, you kind of know the ones that I'm really interested in. If it makes sense. But I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should take MGNI right now and short it. All right, Justin, let me see. Under the column that says relative volume, if you see a number like 7, does that mean the volume today is 700? Yeah, approximately, yes. Up to the point of the day, Justin. I would say 10 days, okay? But it's up to the current time. So if you see 7, like I see 1.77 for MGNI, that means typically up to, what are we now, 10:38? This is trading about 1.7 times normal, what it would normally have done up to this time of the day over the last 10 days. That is a very general description. It's a little more involved than that, but you know, I don't want to get too into the weeds in it. But that's the relative volume is a great filter, because it's more looking at the current time and comparing it to what it has done over the last 10 days up to this point. All right, let me go to my home page. Well, I got interrupted just a little bit here on the test drive. So let me put that link back in. The other thing too, Roy, practice in our simulator. Okay, that's why we have. I'm going to go over the simulator, but you know, practice taking trades. You know, practice. And the whole idea, like, don't listen to me, don't listen to anybody else in the room. I understand that what everybody really wants is for me or anybody else to say, take this trade now, and when it hits this price, get out of it now. It's not going to happen. Test drive. So click on the test drive link. Again, you can still sign up for it. You have the balance of today, plus 7 more trading days with trade ideas. It ends on the 28th, included, the 28th inclusive. Okay, costs you $11.11. Access to the full premium service other than the ability to auto trade anything. Okay? Give me a moment here. Okay, so When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription at all, okay? We'll have a promo code afterwards if you want to take a subscription. The other thing I would do, if you're part of the test drive, everything that you do, including, if you create a layout or individual scans, save everything to the cloud. Everything to the cloud. Why? Because once the test drive is over, and if you do want to take a subscription later on, later on could be a day later, a week later, 10 years later, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, all your scans, everything you did will be there in the cloud for you, okay? So make sure you save everything to the cloud, even if you're not sure if you want to take out a subscription. And also open to those of you with our standard service. We'll upgrade you to the premium service for the 1111. And again, once it's over, unless you tell us, no, keep me there, we'll move you back down to standard. So now let me put my homepage link in. Yes, more than likely 25%. It'll probably that code will probably come out next week. Okay, so there's my homepage link, and I'm going to click on it. I'm going to show you what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off. But obviously, the test drive, if you're part of the test drive, I wouldn't do it yet. I'm pretty sure we're going to have one for 25% off. That'll be off the first month only or the entire year. And this is how much it costs right now. $22.68 a year minus the 25%. I'm sorry, the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. One nice one so far, and that's the Sage Short, $36.20, $35.37, so almost a dollar move. I'll go over the AI in a bit. So you don't have to have an annual plan though. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. That 15% discount is only good for the first month. Okay, if you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay, guys, I'm out of the MGNI. Took a little loss on it. Just a minute. Now, at any time, if you want to upgrade from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code, okay? More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I'm sure I'm going to do one today. I didn't do one the last 2 days, just too busy. I usually do one at noon. I'm pretty sure I'll start again today. Education, all the education is here. Do yourself a favor. If you are new to this, you're part of the test drive, or you're a new user, first thing I would do is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. They cover top lists, building top lists, alert windows, okay, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly. This is very quick. Now, we have a very comprehensive user guide, though. You can also start here because there are sections. If you click on the user guide, here's alert windows, top list windows. You want information about the stock racing, okay, right here. So it's all sectioned, but it's also a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay, so there's a lot of information. Daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday, so you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room also. And today being Wednesday, Steve will be there. I take a break between noon and 1. Well, maybe not quite as long today during the test drive, but typically between 12 and 12:55, okay? One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. today, again being Wednesday, that should be Steve Gomez. You can head over there. I'll put the link into YouTube before I do take my break. I'm going to confirm that it is Steve. It's a different trader. Monday to Friday, we have 5 different traders, so they alternate Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. So we're not having any webinars this week or next, but once we get back to our normal schedule, you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, brand new to trading, or looking for a bit of a refresher or a different take, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with, what is a stock? So that's the education section, and then of course here, all the scans that I am sharing, all right? All the scans that I am sharing, you can take a look at them. So on these 2 sections right here, lots of information. Save my link, and then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, now just give me a moment. My Bluetooth connection died on me again. So give me one moment. Just want to reestablish it. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, back. We do not have, we don't have level 2 at all, Kent, okay? TRD, that's a question I can't answer in terms of the resolution. You might want to go to our homepage and have one of our tech guys, maybe they can help. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, TRD, okay? So I'm going to send you to our homepage. The question is a resolution. So you can see right here, I mean, I've got some pretty tough filters in here. I'm not getting anything in the basic new highs or basic new highs. I'm getting some of the basic new lows, but nothing on the basic new highs. Pretty tough filters in here. I'll explain that. So first of all, again, if you're new, what is Trade ID? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker, what broker you're using, or where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? So we are a scanner, and I just showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can do so. The good thing is that you don't have to learn a programming language. So this is an example of a scan, this basic new lows, okay? So if I right click, and this is consistent. Every time you right click on an alert window and configure, you're going to bring up something like this. And I click on the summary, and this tells me what this is looking for. Stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. These values aren't so important. I'm just trying to show you the concept that when you build a scan, you always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. And so if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these alerts right here. Okay? And why I'm saying, I mean, that current volume 8, so I mean, it's really got to be trading abnormally. So I'm not getting too many. But that's fine. when I build a scanner, I'm not looking. I don't want hundreds and hundreds of alerts pouring through. Yeah, it's right here. Go to my home page. Oh, sorry. If you can find my tab right there, Barry's home page, right there in this room, Barry's home page tab, and then click on that link, and they're all there. Just go to the scan section. Okay, hopefully you can find that tab. And if you can't, here it is. Just helps me, you know, that tab is there all day long, of course. Now, the good news about Trade Ideas, no programming language to learn. Boy, these meme stocks, I'm sorry guys, I'm distracted here. Look at GME. I mean, these meme stocks are not over. I mean, this high right there, 131.78, just took that out. Amazing. Truly, truly amazing. All right, the good news. The good news, no programming language to learn. If I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and then Search, these are all the filters that we have. We see these icons, and when it changes to this icon, sorry, those are the alerts, and these are the filters, okay, when you see these icons. So, first of all, don't get hung up on the fact that we have so many and thinking you have to learn them all. Of course you don't have to learn them all. That's one of the reasons why we don't have make people learn a programming language is, okay, we said, fine. If we don't have a programming language, then we better create a lot of alerts and filters. So for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So it's just a matter of, so you don't have to learn them all. It's just that we have a lot, and you just kind of, like a menu, you just kind of pick and choose which ones you want to create the scan you're looking for. If you want to create your own scans, okay? But as I said before, I'm giving you a lot of scans, and then also, if you click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, everything in here, these are all scans in here. These are all themed based channels. This is the channel. So if I click on Momentum, this is a scan we've got here, an alert window. You can tell it's an alert window because it says A. And if you like this one, for instance, if you thought, man, let's take a look at this one, right click, Configure Summary. Okay, just trying to drill that home. Right click, Configure Summary. It'll tell you what it's looking for. So if you like this concept, you know, this is looking for momentum stocks. You know, these two are the key. You know, 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 400% of normal in the last 5 minutes. So these are stocks that normally, if you click on the alert, you're going to see a nice little volume bar. Okay. So if you like this concept, you can save it. But you can also make changes. You know, you can change my scans too. And changes meaning, you know, maybe you don't like the price range. You know, maybe you want it between 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. If you like that, and you say, okay, now you've changed it. So while you're on this channel, that change will remain. But I will say this, if you go to another channel and then come back, that change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. So in fact, you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. But, and this is really what I'm trying to show you, if you like this, if you thought, I really like to see this one and maybe make it part of my layout, you right click, duplicate into a free floating window, okay, and that came on my other monitor, and then you right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in the cloud. So what I'm trying to demonstrate is that you can now go through the individual, all these channels, and start extracting scans that you might like. I can't tell you what you might like, okay, but something looks and you say, wow, that looks interesting. Maybe I should save that one to the cloud. And why you do that is that now, if you want to, you can bring them back. File, load from cloud. And I did this a couple of days ago, so there it is. You just highlight it, load it, and you keep bringing the scans that you save one by one. thereby creating a layout using our scans, and maybe if you've tweaked them a bit, you didn't really have to know how to build a scan from scratch. That's what I would do if I were brand new. You know, later on you want to build your own scans, yeah, go for it. And of course, building your own scans, and then maybe adding a single stock window and some charts. And then once you've got a layout, just save it. File, save or share to cloud. Click on, I would click on Untitled, and I would give it a name. You know, my first trade idea is layout. Okay, it takes a little while. I don't know why it's a little bit slow, this step, but okay, and you just give it a name and save it. And you can, obviously, you can save different layouts if you want. You can create layouts, save them, and you can bring them back anytime you want them. I just use the same layout virtually every day. Now, the races, we get a top list up. Here's a top list called Pro Graphs, okay? So, basically the races is you create a top list. Now, we've got some here already, all right? And you should go to the user guide and go to the section on races. It's got a lot of text that shows you, plus a video that shows you what races are all about, okay? The question was, all the time that came up was, how do I add more lanes or cars? So if I want to start a race, launch a race, I stretch this window way up. And now I can add, you know, I don't know how many I'll be able to add here. I'm at the 31, okay? And then based on, now that's up to you. You know, you want it based on the change from the open. You have to have a column. You have to have, in your top list windows, you've got to have a column to base the race on. Could be the change from the close, change from the open, or change in relative volume. You know, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to use. And then, if you want, and then you sort on the delta. What that does is that'll put the car that's leading the race right at the top. So you don't have to, you don't have to have a giant window open to see something that's down here leading. It will be at the top. And then how many minutes you want it to run, that's up to you. And replace cars. So if something is down here, it'll pop up to the top. It'll replace a car in your list. Auto rerun, what that does, and that's what I'm doing here. Once the race is over, it'll start another race automatically. Okay? So, but you should really check out the user guide first and go to the section on racing. Moment here. Boy, Sterling Pro. I know it's still around. I haven't seen too many people using Sterling. I know it's around. Shoot, I see MG&I is back down. Let me see if Snap is falling and Facebook. Been around a long time, Sterling Pro, but I just don't know. I don't hear it mentioned very often anymore. Ah. Well, guys, remember when tensions were easing or seemed to be easing? So this was Friday. Okay, this is gold. It's not the gold ETF, but Barrick. So that was gold. That was when everybody was worried about an imminent Russian invasion. This is Monday. Yeah. Then yesterday, the precious metals were falling, and now again, market in slight disarray. Who knows what the heck is happening? So now precious metals are back. And meanwhile, the market, what is the market doing? So I got to make sure, I want to see something here. Okay, so this is what the AI looks like, all right? And this is what I would do. I would keep it super, super simple. From the toolbar, click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. I wouldn't do anything else. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. There's nothing for you to do, all right? This is just automatic. If you take this window and save it as part of your layout, and then if you open Trade Ideas tomorrow before 9:30, okay, this will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, there's no video that's going to say, well, this is how you should trade them. This is, you have to have some trading experience. Somebody asked earlier about this hook. Well, maybe it's going to go now. I mean, there's your entry at 211. There's no mad rush to get in it. I mean, it really didn't do much, but maybe now. I don't know. I really don't know. There's a stop. How you trade these will be up to you. We'd love to be able to say, well, just take every trade and get out when the AI gets out and you'll make oodles of money. Can't say that, okay? It does require, we talk about man and machine. The machine is alerting you automatically to opportunities. How you trade them will be up to you, okay? All right, now let me talk. Very important window here. This Brokerage Plus window, okay? I'll explain how you can use your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account to trade from within Trade Ideas. Certainly that's important. It's a nice feature, but I'm going to put in this Brokerage Plus link. Okay, so I just put this Brokerage Plus link in, all right? So, 2 videos. The short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to do that, okay? Now, another word, you cannot, you have to be using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, okay? So that's number 1. Number 2, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is a feature that we have. It's an option, it's a feature. And if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it. You don't have to use it if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but it's there if you want to use it. Okay? Hopefully that's clear. Now, the second video is a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Not just for, live trading, but also if you want to use it as a simulator, which I really encourage for 2 reasons. If you're new to trading, before you start trading, practice trading first. You notice here it says Brokerage Plus. And underneath it says live and sim, two options. Obviously the live, you want to connect to your IB or E-Trade account. You know, the first short video shows you how. But if you click on sim, what will happen is I think it'll say, well, I should do this. I'm going to disconnect. Okay. So before you click on sim, it'll say not connected. So now you click on sim, and then this should say select account. Click on that, and simulated trading default. Okay. Now you can practice trading. Can't emphasize this enough. Practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. You know, trading is not easy. You know, and you really have to have some good money management skills and some good discipline and all that if you want to last. I mean, we are a tool. We are a scanning tool. But, you know, just because I get an alert doesn't mean take the trade. Okay? These are ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. So, using the simulator, you know, when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I pick the price I want to get in at. And then I click the buy button. I'm done. Okay? So let's just take TISI. Okay, we'll take TISI. It's pulled back. I'm just, you know, as a demonstration. And let's take 500 shares of TISI. The spread is only a penny, so that's fine. I click on buy. Okay, so it took this trade, and let me just go to the executions. Just give me a moment here. So for some reason the sound didn't show up. Okay, so there it is. Oh man, I'm sorry guys, you know, this is going to be changed. No, okay, it's okay. Forget what I just said. This is going to be changed again. I like this a lot better than what they're, you know, if you saw me last week, you saw we had a different order entry. I guess it was a little bit buggy, so they had to fix it. It's going to go back. I personally like this, but you know, I'm only one person at Trade Ideas, so my vote was turned down. But anyway, so once you're in the trade, and here's the concept. I'm just going to talk about this, you know, again, new people in the test drive and all that. Oh, look at Lamar. What's it doing? LRMR. It doesn't look like it's really moving. I don't know. Unless it was this bottoming tail. But anyway, so when you get into trading, what, in my opinion, what you should be doing is actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist. You know, and unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Now, don't go crazy and have 100 things that have to happen before you take a trade. You'll never take a trade. So, for me, most of the things are already checked for me because of the scans that I build. And what I mean by that, I'm never going to have to, I know that anything I see is going to be in a price range that I like. It's going to have at least the minimum volume that I require. It's going to have maybe the minimum relative volume that I require and some other filters in play, all right? So a lot of the things that I would normally, if I didn't have you know, a scanner that had all those filter requirements, I'd have to be looking, okay, is this the right price range? What's the volume? What's the relative volume? I don't have to worry about that. You know, if I see when I see an alert, I already know that most of the things are already checked. My next step, of course, though, is now clicking on the alert, and then I want to see, okay, what's the market doing? Where is it in relation to the daily chart, weekly chart, monthly chart, looking left? If I want to go long, you know, where could be the next resistance? when I look left. So I'm sizing things up fairly quickly. And then that'll make up my mind on whether or not I want to take the trade. Okay? But that's just me. I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. Oh, I say, well, Justin, there's no such thing as a good. I mean, good might be 3. It all really depends. Probably I would say a minimum of 3. But if you want fewer alerts, you increase it. I'm sorry, I didn't see that question. Doesn't mean, though, just because you get a high relative volume that you just take the trade. All that means is that, it has abnormal trading action today. It doesn't mean it's going to continue in one direction or the other. But, the question is about relative volume, and why I use relative volume in virtually all my scans is because I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormal volume. I don't want to take something and then not be able to get out of the trade. But for instance, I'm not getting anything in here in the basic new highs. Yesterday, there were probably 5 or 6, maybe even 10. The market's different today. It's moving down. So, not a lot of stocks are making new highs with high relative volume. So I'm not getting any alerts. Doesn't bother me. I've got other scans that are, I can look at. So it doesn't bother me. But if it really bugged me, if I said, man, I don't like this. I want to see some alerts. I could go to configure, summary, and then change that current volume, because that's probably the one that's really preventing anything from happening. I could change it to 3 and see what would happen. I'm not going to, but that's what you can, that's the sort of thing that you can do, though. That's why there's no such thing as, well, this is what you should use all the time in any filter. Sometimes, market conditions change. Things that work one week may not work the next week. That's why trading is hard. No, Justin. It's not a matter of buying at 5. Honestly, you're all it's doing is just showing you stocks that are trading abnormally. It doesn't mean that if it's a relative volume of 5 or 8 or a million that okay, I should buy it or short it. It just means that okay, this is interesting. What is it doing? What does it look like on a chart? And before I would do anything, practice trading. Because the other aspect now is, okay, you take a trade. You've been able to check every box. Everything looks great. You're all excited. You take that first trade. And it's not working. I get into this trade at 141 and it starts drifting down, down, down. I think, wow, what's happening? Well, first of all, before you get into a trade, you should know where you're going to get out if it's not working. That's what we call a stop. Now, how I do it typically is I'm more visual. I'll look at a no less than a 5-minute chart, and I'll check to see, I think that's a good support area. And so if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. My suggestion, though, is to make it easy, especially if you're just starting out, because analyzing what support on a chart, support can mean different things to different people. But if you maybe took the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a definite number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And maybe use that as your stop to start out. Okay, make it really easy. So, when you get into a trade, you analyze it, say, okay, I'm going to get in here, and my stop is going to be at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, as an example. In this case, I'm going to put my stop 20 cents below, not because that's where I put all my stops. I'm trying to make the math easy. My entry was 141. I'm going to put my stop at 121. You say add it, and you're going to see that a red line will appear on the chart, and it'll say approximately minus $100. Okay, 97.50. How did that happen? Well, I put it 20 cents away, because the next thing is, okay, if you're grasping the idea of having a stop, how much you're going to risk on the trade, though? If it doesn't work, what's the worst you want to what's the worst you want to lose? So you have a $5,000 account. I don't think you should be risking $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that makes sense. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100, and you should try to keep the amount you're risking about the same every trade. You don't want to risk $100 one trade, $1,000 the next, $2 the next. Try to keep the risk amount about the same every trade. So why does it say minus approximately 100? If I'm risking $100, here's my entry, here's my stop, 20-cent difference. I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk. That's why I have 500 shares. So again, it's not like I take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dictated between the difference in my entry, my stop, divide that into how much I'm willing to risk. So I mean, this may sound really complicated, but once you start doing it, you know, getting that, and that's why you should practice. And I should have also mentioned our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. You know, if you're still wondering, I'm not sure who my broker should be, doesn't matter. It uses our real-time data. So you should practice. You know, our standard service has this simulator. Practice. Okay, TRD, it's just our home page, okay? Just go to our home page and ask about resolution issues, okay? Okay, so I see some questions have built up. Okay, let me try to, okay, I'll try to answer some in the order. So Kinu, you asked first, quickly point to where I can change smaller fonts in the windows. Okay, so this will affect everything, all right? So if you go to Tools and then Options and go to General, okay, and here's where font size is. Okay, so you can pick the font, you can pick the size. If you want to bold it, that's fine. But understand that it'll affect everything. So you can't pick a window and say, I just want this one to be smaller. Okay. So did you get that? Number one. So again, click on Tools from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, and then get to make sure it's on General. Probably the default is General, and then go to the font section and then save it. And then everything will change. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day so that it knows you made that change. We were working on TDA, okay? I can't tell you when. We've been working on it for months and months and months, okay? In terms of connecting to TDA using this Brokerage Plus window. The spread is, your broker will have the spread, okay? I mean, there's your spread right there. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. The spread is available in that other build, okay? You'll see the spread also in the, not the other build, I shouldn't say that. In the later version of this Brokerage Plus window, which was sort of yanked because there were a few little bugs in it, but the spread would also be here, okay? No, sim is not only with the premium package, okay? Simulation is with our standard service. No, the spread did not come from this screen. So, capability to alert based on any standard indicators. Depends what you mean by a standard indicator. I mean, here are all the alerts. If you can't find it here, then we don't have it, okay? I mean, here are all the alerts that we have. So if I highlight one, I click on Help. Okay, and here's a link to all of the alerts that we have. These are all the alerts and with a definition of them all. Okay, and you know, again, as I said, nobody has to learn them all. And then if you keep scrolling down, and then here are the filters. Again, don't get overwhelmed by this, everybody. These are, we've got a lot of them because, hey, lots of different trading styles, thousands of customers. So I'll put this link in. I believe that's also available here, help. Oops. If you click on help, there's a user guide. There we go. Yeah. Alert and filter definitions. So that pops up. So you can also access it quickly from help. So again, it depends what you mean about an alert on standard indicators. It has, I need, we do have crossing of SMAs and things like that. But other thing is, if you're ever wondering if we have anything, like, well, okay, what does Trade Ideas have, say for RSIs, as an example? So you right click. Remember, I'm trying to drill this into you guys. Right click, configure. Brings up this window. Click on search. Okay, let's do a search term. Let's type in RSI. This is what we have for RSI. If you wanted a 20-minute RSI, sorry, we don't have it. Okay, as an example. What do we have for MACD? Is what we have for MACD. If you wanted a 7-minute MACD crossing, we don't have it. This is what we have. You have to work with what we have. Sorry. If you want something to do with Ichimoku, well, guess what? We don't have it, okay? So if you're ever wondering what we have, I know we didn't have, but I mean, if you're ever wondering, well, I wonder what Trade Ideas has for this, you just, go to the search and type it in and see what it brings up. What does Trade Ideas have for volume, as an example? Okay, we've got tons of volume, alerts and filters, all sorts of different ones. What do we have for options? Here's what we have for options. Put call ratio, option volume. This is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today and put volume and call volume today, obvious. And then this is a very good metric, option volume today percent. So in my scanner, one of the scans that I've got is moving higher with unusually strong option volume. Okay. And how do we know if it's unusual? Well, if I use this metric, right, this filter right here, option volume to date percent, if I put 300, so if I add this filter and I use 300 as an example, that means it's trading 3 times, 300%, 3 times what it normally, in terms of option volume, that's the total puts and calls, compared to what it has done over the last 10 days. So if you see a stock that normally is trading, has traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, and you put 300, you won't see that stock unless it trades 6,000 contracts today. Okay, 3 times 2,000. So what it does is, for me, I'm not trading the options, but it's just another way of seeing stocks that are having an abnormal activity. I mean, you can just see hook here, hugely abnormal. Look at that. I mean, look at that relative volume. 11, like 1,000%. Okay. And look at the option volume. I mean, 22,000 contracts. That's 42,000. Okay. All right, am I caught up? I'm sorry, if I didn't, there was a question about excluding stocks. Suk, are you still around? Sorry, I see you asked at 11:07. I know it's 11:25 now. How do you take stocks out? Okay, so those are typically ETFs, right? So if you don't want to see any ETFs, here's a little trick. And I put this in quite a few of my scans, actually. So first of all, Suk, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? And this is for anybody else, of course, if you don't want to see ETFs in your scans. So I'm just waiting for Suk to answer. One last. Okay, good. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is a little trick. So if you have an alert window or a top list window and you don't want to see ETFs, so you right click, configure, search. And in the search terms, type in EPS. Okay, EPS, and then you'll see there's your EPS filter, earnings per share. Click on that and then add the filter. Now why? Because ETFs don't have earnings, right? So what I do is I put some like minimum 0.001, and on the negative, on the max, I put minus 0.001. Okay, so if I do that, I will not see ETFs. It's just a little trick. And then say okay, of course. Okay? Because ETFs don't have earnings. So why do minus? Because, you know, stocks, when they release their earnings, some are positive, some are negative. So that's why I do the max. And I put the negative in here also. Now, is it foolproof? I mean, listen, there might be an ETF that sneaks in, but it typically is foolproof. Yeah, Corsair is actually on our, boy, it's been choppy though, but Corsair is actually an AI alert too. So if you don't, Stefan, if you click on file, or new, sorry, and you don't see real-time stock race, or if you click, because we have some here, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and you don't see these are some races that we've already got. You should, Tom, if you want the latest beta, you should be on 0.6. I think it's called 0.6. And I think everybody should be probably on the latest beta. So Stefan, if you don't have this, if you can't see this one, then you're on a version of Trade Ideas that you have to upgrade. So let me just show you. This is the version. Oops. So I'll just put my homepage link in again. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, okay, yeah, you should be on a later version. That's the problem, okay? So when you click on my homepage, click on download, and scroll past this production version and scroll down till you get to this, okay, and download that. Then you'll have the ability to do your own races, okay, create top list and do your own races. There's a great section in our user guide that shows you how to do it. So once you've downloaded that, then click here in the education section from my home page. And then click on the user guide. And then scroll down a little bit. Scroll down, 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 down. TI stock race. I mean, it's very detailed. Okay, it starts off, there's a video. Okay, and another video. Maybe even another video. But it's very detailed, okay? So take the time, everybody, you know, you want to learn about stock racing, you know, take the time to read this. Well, he's not a programmer. I mean, Steve is there. He's not a programmer, though. He's like me. He's just a different trading style. He's more of a swing trader, so he's not a programmer. We don't have any programmers in YouTube between 12 and 1. They're all different. They're just the different traders that we've got. Yeah, stock racing is included in the standard version, Senna. Okay, so Kathy, the bid ask is, I mean, your broker has the bid ask. Okay, I mean, you just look at time and sales in Interactive Brokers. I mean, your broker has, you know, if you're using a broker, your broker will have the bid ask. This is time and sales in Interactive Brokers, and there is the bid ask. Okay, 68, 20 or 1268, 1270. The symbol's not here. It just disappeared. But what if I click on Corsair? Okay, there it is. So that is the bid ask. Your broker has that, okay? So yeah, when I click on an alert, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, and I can see, you know, in my order entry, I can see the bid ask. Your broker will have the bid ask. Oh, I have no idea, Senna. I have no idea what the breakdown is between standard or premium. You know, I mean, the reason that people, I mean, there are a couple of reasons why people want premium. Maybe they want to have access to the AI. Some days it's great. Some days, you know, the last 2 days weren't anything to write home about. Not too bad today. But if you're looking for a watch list that is generated for you automatically, you know, that you can take a look at all day long, you know, then that's a reason. But, you know, then you have to, you know, trade around it. Not a matter of necessarily taking a trade right at the entry. You know, you can watch it for a while, see if it sets up again as an example. So it's like a watch list. If you're into back testing, you know, if you're into back testing, you want to back test your own strategies, then you need our premium service. Well, one of the things they're definitely working on, and in fact, it's in, I can't load it because it's a dev version. It's even a future dev version, but certainly around the corner, finally, but don't quote me on this in terms of a time, but it's certainly around the corner because the charts are now going to start, or the scans will start working a lot earlier. One of the most often asked questions, how come you don't start earlier than 7 o'clock Eastern time? But just to prove that I'm not, you know, connection and this thing called dev environment, I'll be testing that tomorrow, and that should show scans and charts earlier than 4 o'clock. Okay, that is one thing. We're always trying to improve on the charts. But there's nothing, there's no section that's going to say, okay, guys, here's what we're working on. No. Every time a new beta comes out, though, it'll say, okay, this is what it has added to the previous version. I do not read the tape, no. Oh no, you can't get mixed up, Kathy. Okay, as long as if you want to practice trading, just make sure you click on sim. Okay, just click on sim, and then it'll say account or something like that, and then click on it and then simulate. I'll do it from scratch again. The question was, worried that if I load E-Trade or Interactive Brokers or something, that somehow, if I practice in Brokerage Plus, somehow I'll be connected to my account. Well, no, you have to make a real conscious decision to do that. All you have to do though is just click on SIM. Once you click on SIM, then it says select account. Click on it and then simulated trading default. If you see simulated trading default in here, you're attached, you're connected to the simulator. So don't worry about that. Can you? No, you cannot. Time 11:37. So what I want to do right now is I want to just confirm that it will be I missed that. Oh. Okay. I just want to check to make sure it is Steve. He'll be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. Yeah, I don't know what the best place is, Senna. I would do a Google search on earnings reports, maybe Yahoo Finance. I really don't know what the best place is. Correctamundo. Okay, yeah. So Steve, it is definitely Steve at noon. So again, before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in, and then you can head over there if you want. Steve Gomez will be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Well, briefing.com. Viacom is now, I'm not in it anymore, but Viacom is now challenging 28 again. Not in it anymore. Okay, SPY is basically flattened out a bit, guys. I mean, it's not getting too many new alerts. See what I mean about this BKKT? What a difficult intraday trader. Remember, we had a little pop up all the way down, move all the way up to 9, now all the way back down. I mean, these are big percentage moves. That's what I mean. Very, very hard, for me anyway, to hold this one any length of time. Aha! MHUA actually isn't looking too bad now. Remember, this was an IPO that came out. Projected was, let me bring up my price alerts window. Projected was 5 million shares, okay, between 9 and 11. So now this is a little bit above the high of the projection of where it could open. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. All right, looking at this Devon Energy, interesting. Let's just take a look at the sectors because remember when we looked earlier, 10 minutes before, still most of them are up. So Devon is going, well, Devon is up, but it's obviously the AI is looking at this as a shorting off the top. I'd be a little, I mean, it's working. It's up down 2.3%. It's 2.3%, but you know, remember, energy is strong, and it's interesting that Devon is right at the top. So what the AI is looking at, obviously, is shorting a top. Well, Harry, I have no idea. Because you know, I'm never looking for volume drying up. I mean, we do have, yeah, it's going to require a custom formula though, I think. Yeah, this is percent. Yeah, there's no easy way to do that, Harry. I mean, it would require some kind of a custom formula that would say volume over the last 5 minutes is, you know, I don't know, less than, you know, 10,000 shares. If that's what you really want, or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it would require a custom formula. Why do you want to see that? If you're looking for stocks that are consolidating, okay, well, you know how to do a custom formula? Well, instead of that, I would probably, and again, we do have some filters like that or alerts like that. I haven't used these forever. I have no idea, you know, if they work well or not. But we do have some. What I would do is I would try this first. You know, 5 minute consolidation breakout, 10, 15, 30. Before I would mess around, you know, with custom formulas. Okay, try this. See what sort of alerts you get. Okay, I don't think a custom formula. Okay, then you can use this to restrict the range. Okay. Try this. Oops. So if you want to, you can restrict the range as an example over 5 minutes to some very low percent as an alert, as a filter. So you'll see stocks that are very, you know, and you have to pick whatever time frame you want, but restrict the range. So add the filter, and so say a max of, I don't know, 1%, whatever that number is. Okay, so that means that the range, or you could use a dollar amount. So that would show you stocks with a very narrow range over, say, a 15-minute period, or a 30-minute period, or a 60-minute period, or 120. That's the most we've got. Well, that's it. I mean, what alert? I don't know. I mean, maybe a new 5-minute high to see if that, you know, you'll have to experiment. And see if that 5-minute high breaks it out of the range. Or you could, you know, what you could do is create a top list with, you know, other filters, you know, a price range that you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, other things, and then have this, and then put this as one of the filters. And then in a top list, then you can sort on the on that column to see the ones that are very narrow. And then what you can do is you'll see the stocks, that are sort of consolidating, and then you can yourself just put some price alerts, the ones that might look really interesting. So that, say I was looking at this one, 2-minute chart, right? And maybe it was consolidating for a long time, and I thought, man, if it ever breaks out of here and gets to that price, I want to know about it. And so you might just put a price alert. Use the price alerts. And that'll tell you exactly when that happens. You could try a new 5-minute high. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what is going to give you the best result. Yeah, alert. I mean, you can, but no. Top list windows are for sorting. Yes, you can sort on any one of the columns. It could be, Harry. What you do is practice in the simulator. See the sort of alerts that you're getting. Take the trade. See what happens. So it's not just for brand new people. If you're trying to test a strategy to see how it would work, use the simulator. Sabre, or the airlines must be up or something. Let's take a look at jets. Interesting. Sabre is really moving, guys. I mean, it's part of the industry, the sector. It's on an airline, but Sabre is pretty interesting. Nice little break here. Boy, Viacom continues its march down. Not in it anymore, unfortunately. It's Well, I mean, obviously, if something is moving, well, at a consolidation, you're hoping then that, that is decent. But I would also always, you'll hear me say this all the time, something that moves at a consolidation, but if it doesn't happen on any volume, I would shy away from it. Okay? So, you click on the alert. You click on the alert when you get it, when you get the symbol, and then check the volume. I mean, for instance, look at DVN. See how the volume is just, moving down, 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 down. So unless something came out of consolidation on volume, I wouldn't take the trade, number one. I'd also look left. I mean, it depends, where it is. If it's near the high of the day, then hear me say it all the time. I look left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. Check to see where the next highs are, to see if it has still some room to move. But I think mainly though, I think why people's accounts get really chopped up, they think that something has moved out of consolidation and they're not checking the volume. So yeah, you can get a like what I'll call a false breakout because it might pop and you all right, it's out of consolidation. And you look down here and there's no volume and it comes right back down. So I would, I would not. No, Tom, you should be on, go to our beta. Okay, Tom, go to our beta. So go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page. When you click on the link, click on the scroll up. You might have to scroll up. Click on the download, and then download this one. Keep scrolling down past the production version until you get to this 5.5.63. Okay, the beta. Download that one. That's the latest. Well, it's funny. I tried to get some of the Viacom again. I couldn't get it. First time I did it, the uptick rule didn't really nail me, but this time it did. I was trying to get it at 12, I think 1290, not 12, 2793. The bid ask was 2793, 94. Went in at 93, hung there for a while, didn't fill. Personally, I just look at the height of the bar. It's just a relationship thing, okay? So I mean, if I'm looking at Viacom as an example, and I'm maybe a better one like Hook. I mean, we're looking at Hook, but see how the volume has just decreased on the 15-minute chart? But all of a sudden, if Hook broke out of here, I mean, it's, decent consolidation. If Hook got up to, say, 212, and I'd see a nice green candle, but I look down here, or here on the 5, or on the 2, and I don't see a big pop in volume, I don't take the trade. So it's not so much the average. Most of the things I'm looking at are going to have plenty of volume. Plenty of relative volume, plenty of volume. So I'm not worried about the overall volume. I'm looking at a relationship between the previous volume bars. So I mean here, 90,000 shares, that's a lot of volume, but look, in relation to the previous ones, it's nothing. So that's what I do. All right, guys, so Steve will be there pretty soon. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube link in when I do take my break. If you want to head over to YouTube, you can do so. He's not there yet. He's usually there right around noon. And you can listen to Steve. Yeah, it's always good practice. I mean, I always uninstall. Okay, I know there are people that trade ideas that don't, but I always uninstall the old one and then reinstall. And your work is all there too. You don't ever have to worry about that. Anything, all the scans, everything you've ever created is there. I usually do an uninstall and then an install. I don't know if it's 100% necessary, but I just do it. Take a look at Sophie. Sophie was moving in the pre-market. Wow, look at that. I mean, it got all the way up to 1331, all the way back down to 1264. Still very choppy. Yeah, I know it can be done. They just say if you look at when you get the email, and it talks about a new version, they always suggest uninstalling the other one. It's well, new version. It's the beta version. Okay, it's 0.63. If you go to the home page, it's 0.63. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Well, did you take a trade to the moon? Did you take a trade? I mean, in the simulation, did you actually take a trade? Yeah, I mean, Viacom could be in the mood for a bit of a pop now, a little bounce. It's possible, yeah. I mean, if it holds 28. All right, Steve, I'll stop. Have a good hour. Okay.
Oh, good. I think I just barely made it. I hit the right button at the right second, so we didn't lose the feed. And I hear my voice. All right, hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Steve. I'm going to take over for Barry for an hour to the moon. I assume you were the one I was speaking with in chat. And now that I've got some visuals, I can maybe go over a few things for you. First and foremost, the Brokerage Plus is going to be different than the AI. You had mentioned you were seeing some P&L and some trades in the AI. This is the AI window. This is what has transpired today. But the Brokerage Plus window, a couple things need to happen. I know you said you've connected to the simulator, which is good. Maybe even have to select that account down there. Over in the Holly AI tab, if this is what you're looking to do to get automated trades to pop in, obviously you can see the tradings are off, so you need to have all of these selected. Let's try that highlighted. Let me bring this up a little bit. Highlighted. There we go. Right click and then enable those 9 strategies, and that off will turn to on. And if that's the case, you should be ready to go. As I mentioned, there has not been, let's take a look here, an AI trade Pacific Coast time. The last one that came through was 8 o'clock my time. That was an hour ago. AMC, CWK. So maybe those could have come in for you. I don't know. Let's go and take a look here. What Barry was asking you to the moon right before I came on was, are you able to, go into, a symbol or a chart or whatever? I'll just click VIX there and say, okay, I want to buy 100 shares of VIX at the market using the simulated trading account, and then click buy, and that should be the one that gives you a simulated trade. And if that works for you, then that means your simulator is connected and you can make manual trades. I know it can be a bit overwhelming the first day trying to get it all set up and hooked up, but the real basics are just make sure you're connected right there, which you are, you said. And in the Holly AI tab, make sure these are all enabled. Right click, enable those strategies. That will turn to on. And with that, you should be getting trades. Now, lastly, there is the right click, edit long trading instructions. Okay, so you'll have to come in here and select an account, okay? Simulated trading account. This might be where you could be getting hung up. It's possible, to the moon. So again, I'll start over here. We are editing the trading in the Holly tab. We're going to edit long strategies. Edit our long trading instructions, okay? So first off, we want to make sure we've got the account set up in there. Okay, save. Simulated trading. I'm thinking this could be one of the issues for you, perhaps. And then moderate mode, conservative mode. We recommend moderate mode. Let the AI get you into the trade, and you can manage yourself out of the trade using moderate mode. Entry order, negative 11 cents slippage. That's what I've got in there, just to make sure you do get a simulated fill. But you won't pay more than 11 cents. So anyway, to the moon, I hope that helps. I know you were coming in looking for some answers, and if you got some more questions, you can let me know. All right, so what is going on today? I think, as I understand it, we have the Fed minutes being released today. So that means at 2 o'clock Eastern, the market and the news reading algorithms are going to pour all over the Fed minutes statement. See if there's any other nuggets in there that were possibly missed. And sometimes those can be market moving events, but that will happen at 2 Eastern. But I'm here to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Market related, SPY, still under pressure. As far as I can tell, from my perspective, at least on the daily perspective here, this looming 50-day moving average is huge. We really couldn't get back above it those 3 days. And now we're back below our key moving averages again here. Intraday, as we're speaking, you can see the fight going on right here. They're trying to push their way back through that 10 SMA that's closing down. I was kind of expecting maybe a new move to lows with that SMA beating down on it, but it appears the price action is fighting its way through that 10 SMA. What does the NASDAQ look like? Similar? Yep, fighting its way through its 10 SMA today as well. IWM was above it. Now it's kind of dropping back below. IWM's been the strongest of them all so far, the last couple days anyway. They're back in above their moving averages there on the daily chart. But I'm telling you, I'm not really trusting this market a whole lot right now. There's been a lot of attempts to move back up into the range like we used to do. Failed there, failed there, failed there. And now we're under pressure here. I feel like the market is turning into more of a guilty until proven innocent backdrop for me. The NASDAQ looks the worst. As you can see, they broke through the 200-day moving average, reclaimed it for 1 day, then lost it, tested it 2 days in a row right there, could not get back through. So that 200-day moving average is like a brick wall for the NASDAQ right now. And every little rally attempt just kind of gets smoked. So we'll see. All right. Sim account, but select account on the main screen. Okay, so you had selected sim account, but it still showed select account on the main screen in the middle of sell and buy. Simulated trading account. I assume you mean that window right there. So that should work. If that's turned on, can you just make a simple trade? Like, going into the NASDAQ right here, I would say I'll buy 10 shares of NASDAQ, QQQ. And I'll go ahead and buy it at the market. My trading simulator is the account active. I'll go ahead and click buy. You'll see preparing order for 10 shares of NASDAQ Q at the market. It's going to pop up on my screen. There it is. Now there's my new position of 10 shares of QQQ. As it moves up and down, the P&L will adjust over here on the left-hand side with any other open positions you have. And then to get out of that, the easiest thing to do is you can just create a limit sell, or you can just click the flatten button like I'm going to do. And that flatten button should close that position. Yep, it's gone. Hello, Kathy. In the details window in the volume today, what does the black box around the value mean? Okay, so volume today. Let me see if I can. I know what you're talking about. Let me see if I can find one of my scan that has volume today. Let's just use this one, and we'll add volume today. Percent. Let's just show the column. And there you go. Okay, so this is showing us a percent. Let's see if I can turn off that, if I'm curious or not. Oh, that's going to stay in there. So volume today percent. It's not showing us the shares. It's showing us the amount of shares it's done today in relation to what it normally does. So here we've got B big. You can see it's got a 100.9. It has now officially done its daily volume by 12:10 Eastern. And what that blue diamond means is when the blue diamond pushes to the end, it has successfully accomplished its first round of full volume percent, 100%. You can see up here 34%. It's that little blue triangle slowly working from left to right. Now, when we hit 100%, you're starting to see a new color come in here. And that new color moves across from left to right. It's just kind of a visual aid to show you how many times over we have done normal volume percent today in that name. And of course, that's calculated based on our database of that stock symbol going back 20, 15 days and seeing how does today's volume compare to those other average days of volume. And of course, you get the color coding too to kind of help you see that a new level is coming in. So now we're above 100% with the blue reaching the end. And we've got the red starting to come in now, showing that we're above 100%. And then that will go to the end possibly. And then a newer color will come in at some point. So hope that helps there, Kathy. Is it a mean volume in the chart windows? Mean volume, do you mean like a cumulative volume from all the exchanges out there? This would be the national volume reported. Now, the line that's going through there is an average. So you can create that average volume by going to indicator, and you can do average volume right there, and it gives you that line that kind of spreads across and shows you what the average volume is. For instance, this one right here, B big, right there, this current candle is touching the average volume line that this stock normally has. So we got, what, 4 more minutes until this candle finishes. This will probably trade above average volume, that line right there. So I assume that's what you're meaning there. BG. JMD 9. So we got both volume bars and average volume I'm showing in my particular graph. Wait, gold miners are on fire today. They're having a good day. Oh, look at that. GDX is trading back above its 200-day. Good, Kathy, and good, BG. Good. Glad that helped. All right. Was anybody here with me last week? Last week somebody asked me about, hey, what's your favorite swing trading scan? And I said, well, I don't necessarily have a one scan that I go to all the time, but one of the ones I've used over the years really has been this A table. And last week, if you guys were here, remember we clicked in, ARCH was at the top. And let me just go backwards. And that's what ARCH looked like at the time. I think it was this day right here. Okay, it looked like at the time it was about halfway up that candle, and I said, well, these are the kind of trades I like, because ARCH has 33% of its traders short this stock, and there's only 19 million shares, 15 million shares total in the float. And I was with you guys last Wednesday, and I literally talked myself into this trade. So I took it. And the very next day, it blasted way up, and I got out on that second day. Probably got out too soon. I've been known to do that, but that's okay. That's kind of my perfect trade. And what I'm going to go back and do is show you exactly what I was looking at when I bought it and when I told you guys how long I was probably going to hold it and where I was going to sell it. Okay, this is last Wednesday right here in Arch. And right about here, I noticed those metrics of the short float and the size of the trading shares in circulation. And I said, this is a pretty darn good chart, guys. Hold on a second. I'm going to buy it. And so I bought it, and I said, my perfect trade in these types of moves are a day and a half. One full day, and then that second day, we get some follow through. And as soon as I get my signal, which is right there, it broke my 10 SMA. That was my day and a half perfect trade right there. And as you can see, I was pretty happy as it fell back, and I had my day and a half move, and I'll never look back and say, God, I wish I held on to it for more, because that would have given me some angst. But I think it was a perfect example of just how I trade, and I try to show you guys how long I try to hold on to before I get out. We can go back and talk some more about that, but I think that was kind of cool that happened in real time last Wednesday, and I just wanted to show you guys where and why I sold it the following day and a half. Okay, to the moon. I don't see sim default in the main screen box, although it's connected to sim. Does your order entry look like mine? Is it the same version as this, or is it a different version? To the moon. It's possible I might be running a different version that doesn't look the same as yours. I hope that's not the case. But you don't see sim default on the main screen box. Okay. So I'm wondering if you have the old order entry panel or a different one than me. Trying to think. You know what you could do to the moon is I'm gonna give you an email address here. Info@trade-ideas.com. Can you send me maybe a screenshot of what your order panel looks like, or your sim trading B plus window looks like, and I'll see if I can figure out more. So I'm being told by the other guys here that everybody should have the same order entry panel that I'm looking at here, because I believe I'm running the same version that everybody else is. So yeah, if you are able to send me a screenshot on that, what you're seeing at that info@trade-ideas.com, that would help. Hello, Pamela. So when you got out, were you looking when it broke the 10 perfect? Let's go back, because I talk about this. It wasn't the 10-day moving average, okay? It was the 10 simple moving average, 10 period moving average on my 10-minute chart. Now I'm scrolling backwards so we can still see pretty good here. Let's see, where were we? There we were. Okay. So if you've been with me every week, I talk ad nauseum about how I like to use my 15-minute chart with just a simple indicator for the most part. Let's forget that blue line for a second, but this is the 10 simple moving average. It averages out the last 10, 15-minute candles, and that's the key. This is not a 5-minute chart, it's a 15-minute chart. And when stocks are in motion and in momentum, it was looking great on the daily chart. It was a nice big green candle. It couldn't make a new high here. Excuse me. So I was kind of on notice. And I said, no, wait, no. If I get a red candle that closes below this moving average, I'm out. And that first candle actually was pretty close to closing below. In fact, it actually did close below. So I think I didn't give this one very much room to work against me. So I got out pretty quick. But I talk about this all the time, you guys, no matter what the chart is. If you're trying to ride momentum and you don't want to get out too soon, but you don't want to get out too late, the perfect signal for me is to use a 15-minute candle, and the minute it breaks below that rising 10 SMA that it was enjoying for a day and a half, I've said that often as well, you guys, a day and a half seems to be the best move I can get before you have to suffer some sort of a pullback. And I like to just ride the momentum for a day and a half and see what I can get out of it. Hello, Meta. Okay, which stocks would react more negatively to Fed's notes announcing earlier interest rate hikes? Well, I think if we went back to Fed meeting day, I can't remember what day that was on the charts. Anything interest rate sensitive, retail might have a difficult time. Let's look at RTX. No, that's not RTH, retail holders. There we go. That's one way to do it. Or was it XRT? There we go, XRT. Retailers might have a hard time, if interest rates keep going up and people have to pour more money into their credit cards. What are the XLFs doing, the financials? How have the financials been doing? They're hanging in there okay. I think the banks, they seem to kind of like higher interest rates. But, man, the KRE, that's not a bad-looking chart, really. If the banks hear what they want to hear today, I'll set a price alert right there, and they could take that price alert out after 2 o'clock Eastern. That could be a positive one. But for negative, gee, I don't know. I think I mentioned GDX a minute ago. I think this is one of the reasons that gold and gold miners and silver are starting to catch a bid, because the inflation story now is starting to take hold, and it's not just a joke. January 26th was the Fed. Okay, so it was that day right there. So GDX sold off and then bounced back hard. XLF on the 26th. They liked it. The XLF kind of liked the Fed news. As far as what won't do well, I don't know. I really don't. Your guess is as good as mine. It's kind of hard to handicap this stuff lately as to how the market really does react. I mean, there are days in the past where silver and gold and the markets and stocks and Bitcoin, that all sell off at the same time. It's like all assets were correlated together, which is very unusual. But I'm starting to see a break in that now with the GDX kind of separating. Okay. Kathy, I just want to confirm the simulator. I can't use Holly. Would not be able. You can use the AI simulator. I'm pretty sure. I mean, let me just double check. Because if not, then that might explain what's going on with To the Moon. I don't know. Okay, so you are able to simulate the AI. So Kathy, you can simulate the AI, but you can't connect live to it. With the standard version, see on test drive, if you're on the test drive right now, everything is available to you. On standard version, you would not have this window. You would not have the AI trades, and you would not have the ability to auto trade the AI in standard mode. What you do have is the ability to use the simulator however you want. You can trade your own strategies. You can auto trade your own strategies. But the basic difference between standard and premium, of course, is that access to the AI platform. Hopefully that helps, Kathy. Don, was the A table in it? It might be in the Traders Vault. I don't know. Just for fun, let's go look. Okay, Traders Vault, the one with the key. Traders Vault. This is kind of a palette of some of the in-house guys' favorite. There it is there. There's the A table. Let me look at the configuration of this one and see how different it might be from the one I'm using. Looks pretty good. The one I'm using is 15% average daily volume. I'm going to take that down to 300,000. So that's pretty much close to what I have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you my version that I have on my screen. But that's the gist of it. So let me load layout. And I'll give you the one that I've got on my screen here. So I will share this cloud setting for the A table. And again, guys, if you're new to it, it's sorted by who has the biggest short float. So INVA has 34% of the short float out of 69 million shares. Look what it's been doing. Okay, this alert is not going to tell you to buy anything at any moment in given time. It's just going to give you a curated list of stocks that are curated and sorted based on the short float. Now the score is also very important here. The score is really taking care of about 10 different filters in one composite rating. So maybe 10 technical data points and 3 or 4 fundamental balance sheet points, and we create a score. And the score is just like it'd be in college. So if you're an 80 and above, you're a B student. If you're a 90 and above, you're an A student. I think I used to have this set to 90 and above. So the concept is, why are all these A student #1 good-looking charts going from lower left to upper right trending nicely, because that's what a stock with a score of 90 will do. It's going to be trending upward. Why are so many people short this thing? What are they missing? And if they're wrong, they're going to be punished badly. And I would like to exploit that error on their part and participate in what we call a short squeeze. So just because something's on this scan doesn't mean to go ahead and buy it. But my eye gravitates to the stuff that's working higher. Because let's see, this AER is not a great chart on the daily, but we've got 26% of 17 million shares short. So again, this might be one. And matter of fact, the AI is trading this one today, aren't they? And they're going short. Yeah, interesting. So I would take AER and I would look at this consolidation right here, and I would just mark up something close to highs there and remind myself that this could be a short squeeze. And I just turn my back on it now. If it trades through, it becomes an alert, a real-time alert for me, and I can decide maybe I'd like to stick around and take this thing home at night and see if the short sellers panic and squeeze out. Okay, with all that said, let me give you a copy of this. And again, I just try to focus on the stuff that gravitates to the top, because that's where the short squeezes could be. And that is now in the chat room, the chat window there for anybody who wants it. Just right-click on the, I'm going to right-click on there. I'm going to click Copy Link Address. I'm going to go to File, Load from Cloud, and it's already loaded. Right. I'm waiting for it to load. There we go. Didn't load automatically for some reason. But that's how you'll handle that on your end. All right. Sahar, I want to find a gap down and consolidation scanner. Sahar, is there a chart that you might be able to show me to reference that we can work backwards from? David. Thank you. I go to clear my throat and I forget to turn the mute back on. Let me rehash for Sahar. We're going to make a top list here. And our key metrics are gap down 3%. It has to gap down 3%. And it has to be between $5 and $100. And it has to do an average daily volume of 300,000 shares. So we're not using an event here. We're not saying new high, new low. We're just going to get an idea of stocks that have gapped down 3%. But in the 30-minute range here, we want to ensure that the 30-minute range, is no more than 0.5%. So over the last 30 minutes, the high and the low has not exceeded 0.5% of the price. So let's just see what that brings in if we pull it up. Doesn't bring in much. It brought in ERIC. Okay, so ERIC was gapped down big, but it's got a sideways range there. Why are we not getting any more? Let's do something simpler. Let's do something like maybe a gap down of 2% or 1.5, negative 1.5%, and instead of a 30-minute range. Well, let's see what happens there. Okay, so now we got a lot more names. And also what I need to do is put some columns in here, okay? So we need the symbol. We want the price. Relative volume doesn't hurt. And what's the 30-minute range, and what's the gap? So now that gives us some columns to work with. Okay. Now you've got something here. Let's take it a step further. Look at that. I think this is what you're looking for, Sahar. Hopefully you're still with us. Gap down, consolidation, right? I kind of got a feeling that that's what you're looking for. So I'll go ahead and just share this as is. I'm not sure what the color is based on here. Let's take a look. The color currently is based on change from the close. All right, so let's see what happens. I don't have a change from the close in there, so we're going to need that. Surprised it's not even an option there, so I got to go get it. Close. Change from the close. Percent. Show column. Okay. There we go. All right, you can see I have double-clicked change from the close, and that is what the colorization is sorting on. So I'm going to open that up just a little bit. And I think that's a scan that might work for you. So, Sahar, I'm going to copy this and share it with you. And hope that that helps. So again, what you're going to do with that, Sahar, is you just right-click, or you can click into the actual link itself. It takes you to here. And that's your code right there. So you copy that code, and then you come to load from cloud. And there it is. All you have to do is click load from there. And you got yourself a copy of what I've just made there. So I know I'm not on mute anymore. Sahar says thank you. Good. All right, so that's a good starting point for you. The only other thing I could suggest, Sahar, is you could possibly play with change in 30-minute range. I'm sorry, a 60-minute range, 60-minute instead of 30. We did 30-minute range with percent, and we capped it at 0.5, so nothing more than 0.5% from high to low over 30 minutes. You could try that same thing with a 60-minute and see if you get anything you like. Or likewise, you could try it with a 15-minute. Just for different periods of the range consolidation, what we did is we ensured the gap down with the filter, and then we ensured a tight 30-minute range with that second filter. So you got it. All right, there's the code for you. I'll go ahead and close this. And good. Oh, spies on lows. What's going on over here? Uh-oh. Look at the moving averages. Remember how I said earlier they were trying to fight their way, the SPY and the NASDAQ were trying to fight their way through this moving average? They didn't really do a convincing job of it. Let's see what the Qs look like. They're kind of doing the same thing. IWM. Yep, same thing. Now I am back in TZA. I've been kind of playing this thing off and on for a while. Got back in a couple days ago, right down here. Where was it? Yeah, it was right down here for the most part. Didn't sell any because I think I'm just going to keep this as a hedge against some of my longs. Some of my longs, if they don't want to go up, but the market goes down, the hedge of TZA and one of my other two accounts will start to pop up. And that's basically being bearish on the IWM, the Russell 2000 small caps. Was not a good day yesterday. TZA was looking really good on Monday, and then the market gapped up, which gapped down my inverse ETF here. Remember, this is a inverse 3-time bear. So if IWM, let's take a look at this. If IWM is up, excuse me, if IWM is down 0.7, TZA should be up 2.1. Let's see. Is it? How about that? Look at that. So it's triple the opposite direction of the Russell 2000. And again, I'm just going to go back to the big picture here in the NASDAQ and the Qs. This market is guilty until proven innocent. All right? We've got a declining 50 now, a declining 20, which seems to really hold the price in place. We have not been able to get above and close above the declining 20-day moving average in 4 days now. So until that changes, the market's going to have to prove to me that it's stronger than I think it is. Gold, GOLD, the mining company, yeah, they had earnings last night. And boy, did they crush them. So this, on the heels of coming into the Fed comments today, is kind of interesting. That's the one thing that does kind of catch my interest, is the gold miners extremely strong heading into a day when the Fed's going to read their minutes. They're going to open up their diary and tell us what they were talking about. All right, I do believe I am all caught up on questions. If I've missed anybody, please let me know. Otherwise, you're free to send something in. You want to look at a stock chart? I'm always happy to look at a stock chart and tell you what I think of it. Look at this CFVI. You talk about a crazy personality in a stock. It goes up, it retreats, up, retreats. It looks like a fishbone. It never wants to close near highs, but somehow it keeps grinding higher. This was the news back here that right about there, that Joe Rogan was not going to be coming over to Rumble, and the price action has basically fought back and shaken that off. No new low in the queue, but you can see I've got a price alert there just to alert me, just to let me know that the weak link, the Qs, the NASDAQ, are approaching lows, and I'd like to know if they do hit lows. Spiders actually did hit lows, but popped right back up. But they look the same on the daily chart. They just can't get a higher close to pop back in there. That, to me, is just technically under pressure. Guys, I'm so embarrassed. I had no idea. I was helping somebody today, and they said, "Can you turn off the grid lines in these scans?" And I thought he meant the chart. I go, "No, you can only turn the grid lines off on the chart." And he says, "No, never mind. I found it." I'm like, oh God, he taught me something I didn't even know. Tools, options, show grid lines in alert window. So if I pop that in and click save, Look, I've got the spreadsheet look back all of a sudden. Bing! And I didn't even realize I could turn those off, and I kind of like it, so I've turned them off, and I'm going to keep them off. Just kind of a smoother look for the eyeball. Anyway, I digress. Perfect Circle. No, I really don't have any other groups that I join. I mean, the Wednesday is my gig. Every other Tuesday, when we're not doing test drives, is my 5 o'clock Eastern. So, if you catch the right week, I'm on at 5 o'clock Eastern every other Tuesday, and then the very next Wednesday at 12 noon Eastern, I'm here. And this is really the best forum. I mean, because you can come in and just ask whatever you want, and I can point you in the right direction. We will be doing another Twitter Spaces today, but that's more just kind of all of us here just kind of shooting the shit what we're talking about. But those are always interesting too. We're going to do one of those at noon this afternoon on the Trade Ideas Twitter channel. 1 hour a week is just a tease. Yeah, Andy and I used to do desktop sharing like Barry did. We were one of the first people to actually do it. We went over to China, which I would not proudly say today, but I did back then. We went over to China to help their traders learn how to trade the U.S. markets. They were actually using Trade Ideas too. So we were in the middle of the night over there, halfway across the globe, helping people learn to trade. And we realized that when we weren't over there, our students had a hard time staying in touch with us. So we did a WebEx, the original go-to meeting, the original go-to webinar, and they could stay in touch with us. And then we thought, well, geez, we should be doing this for people in the U.S. too. So we created a service, and we did it for like 3 years. It was called Today Trader. It was one of the original desktop sharing services, and we showed every single trade. We called out every single trade. You could see the P&L every single day. You saw the losing days. You saw the winning days. We did that for a while, but I got to tell you, I'm burned out. I don't know how Barry does it without burning out. It's tough. So I don't have any private groups. I mean, this is really the best place to come and learn. Just come and ask your questions. You're always welcome to email me too, steve@trade-ideas.com. Wassam, I am new to trading ideas and trading stocks. Any suggestion for where to start? Well, if you're new to trading stocks and trade ideas, it's certainly going to be a bit overwhelming probably for a few days, if not a couple weeks. I guess one of the first things I could tell you about doing trade ideas, let's see here. I've got like a special link for that. Hold on. Okay, so this is a shortcut link to, I will show you what it's a shortcut link to. Getting started, 20 introductory lessons. So, Wassam, I would start really just researching how to kind of navigate around trade ideas. Each one of these is a new chapter with a new video. So there's 20 videos, 20 chapters. That's probably the best place to start. And then in terms of trading, I would be in Barry's live trading room, which is basically what this is. He's just on break right now. So when I leave in 15 minutes, Barry's going to come back in, and that's all they talk about in there really is trading and how to find things. And what I would tell you is you got to first start out and find out what is your specific risk tolerance, lifestyle, ability to focus, responsibilities. If you're somebody who can sit down and just focus 100% from bell to bell, you might want to be day trading, okay? For me, I don't day trade anymore. I like to swing trade, and that was what I talked about at the beginning of this session. A perfect buy and a hold overnight and follow through into the next day and then sell when the momentum runs out. I almost call that swing scalping because I'm still scalping, but I'm doing it on a swing trading daily chart instead of a 5-minute chart. So you need to find out, Wassam, what tolerance you want to work, what time frame you want to play in, what sandbox do you want to be in, fast, 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 or slow, 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 and that's where everything will start to grow from. You can start to custom design trade ideas to show you things that you might be interested in. Now, once you figure that out, well, there's a million different ways. Do you want to buy pullbacks? Do you want to buy strong stocks that are pulling back? Or do you want to buy strong stocks when they're breaking out and chasing along with everybody else, which in my opinion really isn't always the best idea. I prefer to buy pullbacks on strong start charts that I've already identified as being strong and wait for the jump rope or the timing to be perfect. So you can create scans, to tell you when a stock that's strong is pulling back or when a strong stock is breaking out, and you can start to custom tailor your trading strategy on that. For me, I try to keep it so simple. And here's a great example right here. Okay, so we looked at ARCH at the beginning of the hour. Let's say I was in REI yesterday, or even bought the open. Okay, and I just want to ride the momentum on this. This is my 15-minute chart, and as I've said every single week, the very first candle that closes under a 15-minute 10 simple moving average, which is this line right there, that's the momentum line. As long as the price is above that line, stay in. But the moment it closes and breaks below, you're probably best to get out because the momentum has broken. So that's really the kind of time frame and the simplicity that I hone in on, where other people are looking at insider buying. And short, I look at short flow. We talked about that earlier. But there's a million different ways you can go. You're literally a painter, and you got to figure out what kind of brush and colors and paints you want to work with. Because trading is an art form. It is not a science. If it was a science, everybody would be doing it, and it wouldn't be a market. Everybody has an opinion, and everybody has a way in which they feel they have an edge to try and identify an opportunity and exploit that opportunity and create rules for yourself. And you're not going to create rules overnight. With some, you're going to create rules by making mistakes. So just know that you're going to make a tremendous amount of mistakes, and you'll hopefully learn from them. And ideally, you're doing those mistakes cheaply or free. What do I mean free? This simulated trader is, if you're brand new to the market, I would be sitting on this sim trader for a couple months and get familiar with buying and selling and how to get in and how to get out, and what limit and market orders mean, and what a good chart might look like. After you've been doing this for a few weeks, you'll start to see what it is you like, and then you slowly gravitate to what worked for you. And again, what works for me doesn't work for Michael. Here at Trade Ideas, I am a interpretive visual trader. I go on sight, patterns, levels, vision. Whereas Michael, he won't do anything in his own personal life unless the math says he should do it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just how Michael is. So we're all different in how we approach trading, and you just got to figure out what's the best approach for you. If you have a second job or a responsibility where you've got to pick up the phone and talk to somebody or a client, day trading and scalping is probably not for you. You do not have your undivided attention when you're doing that. So for me, I've got a lot of things going on throughout the day. So swing trading is just kind of checking in and seeing what's going on in my positions. And you just take it from there. Come to these noon sessions, and every day a noon session is somebody different. Tomorrow will be Jamie. Friday will be Andy. You'll get different flavors and ideas of how we all use the software. In the simulator, Kathy, how would you buy using a market limit order? Well, I think you might mean stop limit. Market and limit are going to be two different things. So if I click market, then all of a sudden I add the price. I think what you mean, and this one always stumps me, you want to buy a stop above 830. Let's see if we put that in market and we put stop. Okay, so you'd have a buy stop at A330, which is currently below, so you'd want to put like maybe 83.45, I believe, and then it will buy when the when the price comes up underneath and prints 83.45, that's kind of like a uh, automatic buy-in without having to press the button manually and all that. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that right. Did I ever buy back into vet? No, I didn't, David. And that one was also, I believe, no, that was not a short. That was not a short float squeeze. That was just something that was holding up really well. Let's go back to that. This is where I really liked it. Right there. Participated in like a day and a half, and that was it. I just didn't get much out of it. I don't like to sit through all this mess. I get very spoiled. I want my green bar, and I want my follow through, and then I want to get out. And sometimes I'll keep half, and sometimes I won't. But I did not continue to participate in that one as I could have. All right, you're welcome, Wissam. Thoughts on Pamela, thoughts on taking profits when you are keeping a day and a half or so? Are you taking profits? No. Again, let's go back to, let's say I was in vet yesterday. Big green bar I'm seeing on the daily candle. I'm not getting out of this thing at the close. I'm taking it home and I'm hoping for a gap up for the second day. But once about a half a day expires, that's when the momentum starts to dry out. People like me want to start booking profits. It's very hard to get momentum to run 3 solid days. Very unusual. At some point, the buyers are going to take a break and they're going to take some profits off the table. So in a situation like vet, if I was long yesterday, I would have been in all day, holding above, closed at highs. Hell no, I'm not getting out of this. Okay, but the next day I'm prepared to get as much as I can out of the continuation of the momentum, but I will use this period right here. This is my focal point. Okay, that green candle, good. The next candle closed below the rising 10 SMA. And more often than not, as you guys have seen me demonstrate, once that happens, the price just gets sloppy. It gets stupid. The momentum is gone. So this thing is going to need a reversion to the mean, reset the base camp, get the buyers excited again, and go from there. So Pamela, I would not be taking any. I would not be taking any along the way because it's just riding this line perfectly. Now, there's a situation where I might, let's say this thing opened up and ran, 2 points on the open. Well, all of a sudden, I've got all this space between the price and the moving average. I call that like euphoria separation, and those don't last very long. So at times, when I get a giant spike on day 2, I might release a third of it or a half of it, and then the remainder will go back to when the candle broke my 10 SMA, which tells me that the momentum is dead. So I've been known to peel off and dish out a few shares to the people who are racing and chasing and got FOMO and they want what I have. I will dish it out to them when we have a lot of separation. But if it's just riding that moving average, I'm not going to get out until it closes below the moving average. So I hope that helps Pamela a little bit on the risk management. Yeah, vet is obviously energy, and energy is just doing incredible lately. You just can't kill it. Remember BTU? Remember we talked about BTU? I think somebody even asked me last week if I liked BTU. Well, it wasn't long. I said, yeah, it's looking great. I just didn't like that nasty pullback it had back here. I traded this, watched that, didn't ever get back in. I think I actually had an alert for maybe a pullback, but then earnings came out and oil, coal, nat gas, it's all very strong right now. There's just not much we can do. We don't want to chase it. You want to get your entry. All right, guys. Well, looks like 5 more minutes and Barry will come in. If anybody has a chart they want to look at that they're wondering what I see, I can do that. But I will bring Barry back in 5 minutes here. BG, can we use the SMA 10 for the 15 in the backtest custom alert for stops? You can't for stops because, and also let me just tell you this, a stock might trade below the 10 SMA, but it will pop right back up and then close above. We wouldn't be able to tell the stop even if we could. I don't want you to get me out unless the candle closes below, because it will tickle that level many times and then pop back up into play. That's why I wait for the closing candle to confirm my decision. But as far as trailing stops that are adjusted basis off of moving averages with automated trading, we don't have that automated. So I use the visual. I just constantly check in on these things. Are they still trading above that 10 SMA on a 15? Then I'm still in. Did it get way ahead of itself, like Pamela asked? Well, I might sell a little bit because it got way ahead of itself, and I can. And it's always nice to have what somebody else wants when they're chasing you to get it. AUB is a chart somebody wants to look at. Nice daily. It's consolidating sideways. Very low volume today, very low volume. So you can see you get a lot of these shenanigans on the open. It traded all the way down and all the way back up. Atlantic Union Bank shares. So it's commercial banking. We looked at the XLF earlier. Hey, this is a stock that might like what the Fed is going to say today at 2 o'clock. It's possible, but it's a good looking chart. The only thing I have to say is it's a little low volume, and so it can get a little squirrely on the open as the algorithms really bounce stocks around on the open, because that's what they can do. When I do back testing, BG, I just use a risk reward. I always just do something similar. Like if I risk 2%, can I make 6%? If I risk 1.5%, can I make 4 or 5%? And that's it. I'll go from there, and that tells me all I need to know. That hey, this is a good strategy. You're doing good. It's a good risk reward strategy. But in the real life, I would go back and manage the trades as I've been discussing here, using each new closing candle to gauge and to see if the momentum is intact. So the back test will give you a good idea if your strategy is good, but the nuances of the exits and trying to get them perfectly, we can't nail that with a constantly updating moving average. It's very difficult to do. So I try to teach that visual aspect of it and looking to see when the momentum is dead, that you can easily identify it. And as far as entering swing trades, they can be anything, but what I will say is I'm often tempted to enter swing trades towards the end of the day. If I see something is shaping up and it looks like it's going to close well, I will enter it then. I've also been known to enter swing trades after, perfect example, as I just said, the algorithms shove the price down and pop it back up, just basically to run the opening stops that people don't realize. When they put a good till canceled stop, their broker sells them out to Citadel. And on the opening, all these algorithmic trade quant firms can see bowling balls lined up, and they just knock them down and bring them right back up. So I call that, escaping the come out roll, which is like a craps euphemism. That come out roll will get you. So the opening trades are the come out roll. And if I see a really good chart that spiked down and spiked back up, I tell myself that looks like they tried to run everybody out on the open, and that's probably a safe entry. So most of my entries might be like, shortly after the open, maybe middle of the day, but I will make entries at the end of the day as well. You will not see me chasing breakouts, okay? I like to buy consolidation and anticipate the coming move. I like to buy pullbacks into a moving average on the daily, something that gapped up and sold off for 3 days hard, but now it's picking up its 10-day moving average on the daily chart. That's a good risk reward for me just as well. All right, guys, I got to go. I'm going to bring in Barry, and again, we're having was it 3 o'clock Eastern Twitter Spaces. I'll be in there. Other people will be in there from Trade Ideas just talking about the markets. So if you see anything, go ahead and follow that link and we'll be there. All right, I just summoned Barry. Yeah, I haven't looked much at the uranium stocks there, David. Yeah, you guys are welcome. Every Wednesday. Whatever happened to the market here before Barry comes in? It's still bleeding lower. It's having a hard time holding that that moving average. You can see we're now back down below that key moving average. So there's no momentum going on right now. We're just kind of chopping. Yeah, that uranium stock. Whoops. Okay, so it's getting hung up at its 50-day there for sure, David. 1, 2, 3. It tried to close above yesterday. Ideally, it'll pop back up and close above that 50, but if it closes below that 50, like right here, then there's still some work to be done at the 50-day moving average. All right, looks like Barry's coming back in. He's back in. All right, I'm going to shut off my stream. I'll see you guys next time.
Well, look at gold. Look at Barrick, guys. Look at gold. GOL. Not the. Well, look at gold. The ETF GLD. Yeah. So most of the gold stocks must be doing this. My guess is silver is doing the same thing. Same thing. SLV probably doing the same thing. Not quite as dramatic as gold. Meanwhile, Macy's, while I was on my break, I took a little scalp trade of Macy's. And it broke down through 26. And it still has room. I mean, you know, it's moving with the market now. I saw Nordstrom's had a downgrade this morning too, JWN. Let's see. But look, you know, that didn't really take at the beginning anyway. But look at the retailers now. Macy's. So this is almost an all-time low, this Squarespace. SQSP, another IPO that got as high as 64. And then over about a year, when was this? What month was this? This is back in June of last year. So since then, it's just been down, 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 down. Now 26, so it's from 64 to 26. And the all-time low looks like it's 25.75, so it is very close. And you can see that it's just 2% above. Well, you have to save your work, Midian. Anything you do, I think, so you're talking about doing something like this. You want a different order of the column. Is that what you mean? Okay, so when you do anything, including something as mundane as changing a column order, when you exit trade ideas, you have to save your work. Otherwise, everything you do, every little change you make will not be saved. Okay? So I mean, if you do this, if you make a change and now just change the column order, I can almost guarantee, at the very least, when you file and then exit, I'm not going to because it used to destroy my link with Interactive Brokers. Exit, it's going to say save your last layout or something like that. Just say yes. I would also save to the cloud anything you've done. But if you say save your layout, then all those changes, will be saved. Now, if they're not being saved and you're 100% sure that you are saving your layout, then they're saving your work, then there's something going on. But that's usually it. People just forget to save their work. See, I can't do it now because I want to see all my original alerts and everything. So I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not trying to say that it's not correct, that what you're saying. It's just almost impossible for me to believe, because that's one of the standard things. I mean, if I make a change, if I save this, if I save my work right now and I come back, that will be changed. You know, the only thing I can think of is, you know, at the end of the day, I'll make a change and I'll bring it back. I just don't want to do it while the market's open. And so I can't really help you there. Just to prove to myself that, but that's just a basic thing, you know. Any change you make, as long as you save it and then you load your layout again. All right, so you want to, okay, so right click. But why would you want to have strategy name? I mean, it's resume. I mean, to me, why would you want to get rid of description? I mean, in the halts resumes. I mean, that's telling you why it's halted. Number one in the description. So why would you want to do that? Just trying to figure that out. Because I mean, yeah, most of them are volatility halts, but I mean, some could be a news halt. So why would you want to get rid of the description? Oh, strategy name is what you want to get rid of. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I don't even have that up. Look, what strategy name? You're talking about here? No, you don't mean the name of the window. But what column are you trying to get rid of? There's no strategy name here. So what column are you trying to get rid of? Is this in a multi-strategy window or just a simple alert window? Really? Because I don't even see that. I don't even see that. Take mine. Okay? Just take mine. Okay? Because I mean, and this is, you know, it's the only filter I've got here is minimum of 20,000 shares, I think. Yeah, minimum of 20,000 shares. Well, but that shouldn't matter regardless. Okay? Just take mine. Okay? And replace mine with yours, or replace yours with mine, I should say. Okay? Because I mean, that's what you want. I don't even know. I don't even know where strategy name. I mean, there's a strategy name as a title, which you always want. Well, this is a simple halt. I mean, you want the resumes though too. I mean, this is a halts resumes. I mean, I'm assuming you just don't want to see the halts. You want to know when it resumes. So this is. I mean, I know it says resumes, but this is a very simple halts resume scanner. Yeah, so FOMC today. What are they going to say? Um, Give me an example. When it's an AI alert, for instance, I'm clicking on RBLX, you can always know it's an AI alert. Now, again, I don't know if this shows up if you don't have the premium service. I know everybody has it for the test drive. But for instance, this is a short. So that's the only time you'll see a blue arrow, a downward blue arrow. It's an AI alert because every other blue arrow is always upwards, and so that's but also in the y-axis you see the stop price and you see the entry price. Okay, so that's why it's an AI alert. The little AI flag, I'm not sure where, a line. So Midian, what I always do is, like, I don't use default. I never use default. I just give the layout a name. Call it Midian's layout or something like that. Okay, give it a name. So then if that's the layout you want to see tomorrow when you open up, just say, give it a name, and then when you exit, it's going to say, do you want to save your last layout? Meaning, save the last layout so that when you open it again, that'll be the layout. Call it the default if you want. I always give my layouts a name. All right, let's take a look at RBLX. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, you're right. Well, that just means that was the AI alert. AI alert. Okay, that was the alert. It's actually 5553. Okay. So yeah, if it's I'm sorry, I should have realized it said AI right beside the price, but that's why it's an AI alert. I was mentioning the y-axis. If you see, excuse me, stop, like a stop in the y-axis, it's an AI alert. So that's all that means. It was an AI alert. So if I look at BHP, or Sage, I'm going to see the same thing. There was the alert at 3620. It's at 3609 now. Well, the AI is only available if you have our premium service. However, I mean, I don't know. If you just happened, if you had our standard service and you type in Sage, you may see this. Because I guess from a marketing point of view, we're trying to pique your interest. You would not see it, at the time of the alert, of course, but afterwards, I'm not 100% sure. If in our standard, so anybody with standard, maybe you could do me a favor and just type in, if you just have our standard service, type in Sage, okay, get the chart up, and do you see the actual alerts from the AI? Probably not, but I just want to verify it. Anybody who has our standard service. Okay, so yeah, so these will only show up on the premium service. So anybody in the test drive sees this. That makes sense. I wasn't sure because you're not seeing the alert at the time of. If you happen to blunder into actually typing in a symbol that happens to be an AI alert right at the time, but it's just been verified that you need our premium service to even see this. Thank you, Jay. But are you talking about, you're talking about in the daily or monthly chart, right, William? Or a daily, monthly, or weekly chart. You're not talking about intraday. Because what we do is, if you look at Sage, and this is available for everybody. So if anybody typed in Sage and they looked at a monthly chart, you would see that there was a buy here, a buy here, a buy here, sell, buy. These are previous AI alerts. No, yeah, you won't. You won't see that on on an intraday chart. You'll see those previous trades on daily, weekly, or monthly. Well, you know what, Syracuse? Sure, you could do that. But here's the deal. Probably obviously wait until next week. There will be a promo code for 25% off. So this is what I always say. I know you're very keen, and that's great. Love to have keenness. However, and I don't think Dan or any of the head people at Trader Ideas are listening to this. But seriously, before you take an annual subscription, you can still try us out for a month at that. I think it's going to be 25% off. Okay, so you can try us out, and if within 30 days you do want to upgrade from that monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So you can still have an opportunity, because most people, they want to take advantage of the discount because they want it applied to the whole year rather than just the first month. But again, you can take it for the first month at that discount. As long as you upgrade within 30 days, if you want to, you'll still get 25%. No code yet. There's no code yet. It'll be sometime next week. We'll probably have though I don't think it'll be 25%, we'll probably have some kind of a code for the President's Day, I guess, is on Monday. Because listen, our refund policy on our annual subscription is, you got to read it. So you've really got to know that you want it. All right, guys. Well, I had to make sure I haven't stopped my sounds from coming in. Just no new alerts for the last little while. I mean, yeah, Hook. I mean, it's just nothing's happening right now. Nothing of the things that I'm watching. I'll still have my alert set up here for Hook if it takes that out at some point on volume. Oh, okay. So I have a question from our YouTube room asking me how to compute the number of shares to take based on a stop loss. Is that your question, Don? I think that's what you mean, right? How to know how many shares you're going to take based on where your stop is? Is that what you mean? Okay. So a little bit of math. I demonstrated it up here in the with the Tissy trade, okay, or the Tissy. So basically, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get it when you're going to get stopped out. Where are you going to get stopped out? So as I said earlier, maybe the easiest way if you're just starting out is to take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, number one. Okay, that's a really defined number. So you know where you're going to get in, you know where you're going to get out. You take the difference. So let's just, for argument's sake, say it's 20 cents. If you're going to risk $100 on the trade, you divide 20 cents into 100 and you get 500 shares. Conversely, if I got stopped out, I had 500 shares and a 20-cent loss. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay? So a little bit of, math. And, I wouldn't get hung up. I mean, if you're trying to risk $100 and, you do the math and you get the number of shares and it turns out to be it's $110 or it's $92. I don't get too hung up on that. But, some quick math. Take the difference in your entry and where you're going to get where your stop is. Divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and that'll share size you. Is that clear? Mr. Ark, Shady, you're still. Well, it's definitely in a consolidation here for sure. On the daily chart, anyway. Well, real always takes off during this test drive, so that's number one. And Zach may be doing the same thing. I know they're really practicing option trading, so. Boy, pretty long consolidation for Corsair. Nothing's really moving, guys, that I can see. The stuff that I'm looking at, nothing's really moving. Just kind of in a holding pattern. Look at that 15-minute chart for CRSR. Boy, nothing. I mean, look at. I know some of you guys were looking at Sophie over 13. Yeah, nothing, guys. Really. So when it's like this, you just sit on your hand. Unless you see some supremo setup, you just sort of sit on your hands. Don't try to force any sort of a trade. Do not trade at Aborium, William, okay? Yeah, well, certainly the main stocks, Ronald, for sure. Everybody's waiting FLMC to see what happens. So typically, what I do is about a minute before, I put on a nice big SPY 1-minute chart, and we watch the fireworks. And usually it takes about at least 5 minutes before you get direction. Sometimes you'll see a giant green candle, you go, all right, and then a red candle, ooh, and then a green candle, all right. Depends what direction you want the market to go. And it usually takes about 5 minutes. Are they talking at 2:30 also? Is it just the 2 o'clock session? Or are they talking at 2:30 also? Not a chance, Aja. Not a chance. And with that in mind, let's show people how you can short stocks, okay? Again, when you short a stock, basically you just hope it goes down in price. That's where you make your money, as opposed to when you buy a stock to go long, you hope it goes up in price, and that's why you're making money. I'm going to short space. Show you, how you do it. I'm going to short 200 shares. Spread is only a penny. I'm just looking at the spread. Click the sell button, and there it is. Shorted space at 977. All right. And as always, I put 200 shares. So I'll put a 50-cent stop in just to show you the math. And now the stop is just above. Sorry. Okay, so you'll see a red line above. You will see a red line. There we go. So you can see what's happened. So if space goes up to 1027, I'll lose $100 in the simulator. All right. So it's just another now. And if I want to make money on this short, I'm hoping it goes down, and then I just reverse the procedure. I buy it at the lower price. I mean, I know people get very hung up on the mechanics of shorting. But if I said, if you wanted to make money going long a stock, what would you do? You'd buy it and then hope you'd sell it at a higher price, right? This is just the reverse. You sell it and you hope you buy it at a lower price. That's all you really have to know, okay? I mean, there are some, your broker has to have shorts available, things like that, but I mean, that's really it. Good for you, Cam. Man, oh man, I was talking about this Viacom a little earlier about, well, maybe this would be a nice bounce play. And yeah, I mean, that's a great bounce from off the 28, almost $1 bounce. So 3 columns to take if you keep an eye on here, okay? The today's profit, that should be obvious. The max P&L, and then the distance from the exit price, okay? So you'll notice here, I got out of that Tissy long. Should have shorted it, mind you. got out of it, and this is in the simulator. And I should mention this. These are hotkeys, so if you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight the trade and you can flatten it. That gets you out of the trade, or you can get out half your trade, or you can double your position. Of course, you could go down here and pick how many shares you want to get out of at the price, okay? But what I'm trying to draw your attention to is this max P&L and today's profit. So there's nothing dramatic here, but for instance, if that max P&L for Tissy had said $500 as an example, and then when I get out of the trade, I'm down 56. Obviously not a good or a well-managed trade. What the max P&L is saying is that, okay, when you had all your shares, what was the maximum you could have made on that trade? Now, obviously, $5 is no big deal. But so what that means is, okay, if I got into a trade at 141 and that went up to $2, I mean, that would show a nice, probably that would have been a $300 or $400. And then if I let it slide down, so I'm in a loss, I mean, that's terrible trading, obviously. So this gives you a bit of an idea about how are you managing the trades. And then the distance from the exit also. So if you're going long a stock, in other words, you buy it and you hope it goes up and you sell for a profit, you go, okay, great. And then what you really want to see in that distance from the exit price is a nice big fat negative number, right? Because that's going to say, wow, I sold it at 10 and now it's at 50 cents under. That would say minus 50 cents, if that were the case. So you want to see a nice big negative number as opposed to a big positive number, which would mean you've left money on the table. Now listen, there's no way you're always going to get out at the absolute high, and then sometimes you'll get out near the high, it moves back down, and then it pops up, and so that distance from the exit price doesn't look that great. But really what you're trying to do here though is get a bit of a feeling about how good and how well am I managing the trade. And these three columns, that's all you really need. Now the other thing is if you want to not get out of a trade at the end of the day, in other words, you want to practice swing trading, you can do it. Okay, if you don't exit a trade by the end of the day, then you can then basically it turns into a swing trade, and you can so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Well, I just go by IV. If they tell me I've got shorts available, then I'll short. Meanwhile, NVTS. I saw this one earlier. Oh, there's a little break here, and on volume, some volume coming in. A break downwards. So let's see if this really has some 500,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. It's okay. Ija and I have gone back over years about this shorting and. Ija, also known as the bear killer. And this is an earnings play, so I remember seeing this one earlier, but it just based for a long, long time, and now another little leg down for NVTS. NVTS. Oh, nice little move down for RBLX, and that is an AI trade. Short 55.53. You can see right there 55.53, 53.77 now. Almost a $2 drop, and nice continuation move down. You can see that blue arrow right there, the downward blue arrow, indicating this is an AI trade to short. Well, newbie or not, I mean, if your broker says they've got shorts, I'm not going to dispute it. If they don't have shorts, you don't short it. Now, the other thing is the way I trade anyway. So here's my stop for space, right? 1027. I don't like the way it's trading. All of a sudden it starts spacing, then it starts inching its way up and gets closer to that 10 level. If I were truly in this trade, I would probably get rid of this trade. Okay. My stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. That's the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Okay. So that share sizes me and all. But if I look, if all of a sudden the market takes a big pop, or maybe there's some news coming in for space right now, I'm not going to wait necessarily to get stopped out. I'll take myself out of the trade earlier. That's how I trade. Wow, look at RBLX gaining steam now, and this is an all-time low. RBLX all-time low. I think the all-time low was back here. 53.63, yes, right there. So now you're at an all-time low, RBLX. So this has turned into a nice AI trade right there, 4% almost, to short. Remember I was saying how difficult I thought BKKT was to intraday trade anyway? Look at this. I mean, big excitement, yay, up to 902, and then just a fizzle. Well, AI now, not our AI, but of course Arlington. Maybe now, maybe now that Spruce Point expose is starting to take effect. All right, this is wow, that came from the basic new highs, right here, or sorry, basic new lows, 988. Not very many here, but look at this, 988, 925 now. And picking up steam. All right, 22 minutes to go before we get the FOMC at 2 o'clock. This has been a sneaky one. I saw this one earlier on in the day. It looked very choppy to me. This UE, Urban Edge. It's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average now. You can see it was just below it, and now it's sitting right above it. There's that blue line, or sorry, the green line right here. It has, I guess, in theory, some room to about $1 in theory until it hits a lot of resistance. Another, I don't know if this was a SPAC. Around this price, it looks like it could have been a SPAC that turned into NVTS back here in October of last year. And a nice, decent little run to 22, and now most of these companies got nothing to them. Hence, you short the you know what out of them. Lost $1.23 a share. Just looking at their earnings report. Now Deutsche Bank. Let's see what Bank of America and Deutsche Bank. Okay, so they're trying to prop this up. Bank of America says, you know what? Okay, bad. Probably this is their second earnings release. We don't care. We think they should be. We got a coverage on them at a target of 17. That is Bank of America. And let's see what Deutsche Bank says. And we think the same thing. $16. So, you know, the skeptic in us will say, okay, maybe they got some customers that are trapped in here. So let's prop this thing up. Put a nice high price target on it. Well, I haven't looked at Tesla in a while. Still $1 million? No, not quite. $900. Wow, it's just under 1,000. Okay, haven't looked at it for a while. All right, Peloton. I haven't seen Peloton today. PTON. All the rumors about Apple buying them or Amazon or Microsoft or right here on that day. The rumors persisted for 3 days basically. Now the rumor mill, obviously, it's not working overtime. Who's your broker? Oh, because it's down. Because it's down over 10%. Okay, yeah. For RBLX, now tons of 12 million available at Interactive Brokers for RBLX, but that uptick rule probably is what you're talking about. Yeah, well, you might now. I mean, you might have got a fill now. 54, 55 now, so there's certainly some action above 49. So I don't know. Did you get a fill? Yeah, well, the market is just waiting. Yes, 146, so another 14 minutes. I'll put that SPY 1 minute chart up, about a minute two, just to see what the action's like ahead of. Will they or won't they? Well, guys, yeah, this market is just in snooze control right now until I guess 2 o'clock. Then we'll see what the fireworks are like at 2. You know, GME is doing its thing again. You guys can figure out a way to trade this every single day because I mean this has usually look at the ATR on it, $11. $11. Average range is $11. You can see right there it was at 123 up to 133. Now moving back down. What's AMC's average range? $1.86, so not quite as dynamic, but of course it's not as expensive. Yep, 2 o'clock. Oh, well, 2 o'clock is, yes. I don't know if there's a discussion at 2:30. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, so the no meeting at 2:30. Okay. Wow, NVTS continues. A great break right there. That's what you call, you want to print this chart out, guys? That's what you call a good break on consolidation with volume. Look at the volume bar. Okay, look at the consolidation for NVTS at around 950. And then look at the volume that came in. You can see it on the 5-minute chart. Look, I mean, just look at it. Look at it on the 2-minute chart. That was the tell. UPST, okay, let's take a look. I know that's an earnings play, but UPST, spice up your trading. Yeah, well, I can see what you're looking at, Shady. Obviously, a little bit of consolidation here, a pullback. It's still up 32%. Very low float for a $144 stock, 64 million in the float. That's pretty low for that price of a security. Boy, amazing that this was way up here at almost $400. 6 months ago, 5 months ago, it was $400. All right, guys, I'm not on mute, but I have nothing to say. He's just kind of just waiting now. 8 minutes. Let's take a little look right now. I'll get that big SPY chart up and see, just kind of hanging around. Oh, here's one that's coming out of nowhere. APTS, haven't seen this one for a long time. Look at that consolidation. And now it's breaking up a little bit, but not really on volume. Not on the 15-minute chart anyway. You can see it looks more like consolidation on the 50. Not quite as much on the 5, of course. 25.20. But I mean, that's still only about a 16-cent run. It looks a lot more. APTS. Yeah, they're talking about a 50 basis points instead of 25. We'll see. See what that does to the market. It's a buyout? Yeah, it looks like it must be a buyout. The way it's trading up here, I didn't see it. After Blackstone buyout offer. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see it in the pre-market for some reason. So, nothing to see here then. I would say absolutely not. In fact, that's probably the goal, Denver. Denver asking a question, is it a bad thing to focus on one type of trade that works very well for you? Now, I would say, in fact, that's the way, in my opinion, you should trade. Instead of trying to figure out all sorts of different strategies and different setups and, am I a pullback trader? Am I a momentum trader? Am I a bounce trader? Am I a shorting the tops trader? If you can really fine tune what you like to see and stick with it and you can make money, don't worry about all the other stuff that's happening when people are posting, wow, look at this one, went up 100%, and you're not in it because it's not your style of trade. No, I would say that is an excellent thing to do. Makes trading a lot easier. The only thing I can say, there you go, shorting Zach's tops, yeah. The tricky, it's not for everybody. There's no question that is not for everybody, because, look at the AUPH as an example, okay? The first alert I saw was at 19.99, okay? The next alert was right at the top here. Now, did we know this was going to be the top? Not necessarily. I mean, it could have gone on for another dollar before it finally fell. That's why it's tricky. But if you've been able to, manage it, figure out, within reason where the tops are and short, wow, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. This is not a newbie type of a trade, though. There's no question, because it looks awesome after the fact, but to try to predict where this is going to, come back down. I mean, you can use Bollinger Bands and all that, but you're not going to get very many alerts. Yeah, today you probably only had 1, 2, 3, and DATS was the last one, but you maybe didn't do DATS. I don't know. But say only 3 alerts, 3 different companies. GGPI was the last one. But again, that the first alert was at 1192. What would you have done? You know, yeah, then the next alert for it was at 1216, and then the last time was at 1230. Now that was the one that finally, was the peak. But what if you had said, I think that's the peak? Okay, what if I said that was the peak, that, the 1216? So, I mean, they're great when they work. There's no question. But certainly not for everybody. And so there you go. If you have the confidence that ultimately it's going to, drop, yeah, you can scale in. I mean, we're talking a little bit about adding to a losing trade. So the thing is that you can say to yourself, okay, the first time I get the alert, if I'm going to commit, I'm going to risk $100 on the trade. Let's make the math really simple. My first stab will be share sizing, so it's a $33 loss, so like a third. I mean, I've seen that done. But if you run out, if it's a third, and then it keeps going higher, you got to get out. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Boy, I don't want to get. Okay, we're going to get that big SPY chart out. Up, and let's see what happens here, guys. I'm going to put it on a 1 minute chart, a 1 minute time frame. All right, here we go. Little drum roll. We have another 20 seconds. 20 seconds. So, SPY starting to fade a little bit to start. Whoop, up. But remember, the first direction or even the second or third direction is not necessarily what it's going to be. All right, 2, 1, here we go. So let's see. Okay, a little blip up. Well, I gotta wait for this because there's usually way more reaction than this. So let's, so far, very muted reaction. Whoop, here we go. Okay, so there's again, this is early. We've seen this before, big green big green candle, and then all of a sudden, massive red candle, then a green candle. Bigger green. Now I gotta admit, this is a big green candle. This is a big one. So far, it's a big move up. But we've seen this before. So what this is, so the question was from Kathy in our YouTube room, what is this big vertical column? So basically, this is saying if you took the trade, see, look what's happening, guys. I mean, it looked, okay, I guess it's going to be green. Well, when you click on an alert, you'll always be given what's called a smart stop and a target, okay? And that's what that means. And it's an algo that generates the stop area, okay? So when you click on an alert, because this will change all day long. So you click on an alert and then you're presented, okay, if you took this trade, then we're suggesting that as a stop. And as you get closer and closer to the stop, it becomes brighter and brighter red. Like, the target is no big deal. It's just double. If I got into it, if we clicked on an alert at $10, okay, and the stop was at $9.50, 50 cents away, you would see the target is $11. Just double the stop difference. So nothing highly scientific. And again, as you get closer and closer to the target, look at this, guys. That's what I was trying to say. It looked awesome, right? Look at that big green candle. Yay, market's going up. Nope, not yet. And if you don't see this, now this is in a development build, okay, that I've got. I don't think you have it as dramatic as this. They're trying to make it a little more dramatic so you can really see it on the chart, okay? Right now, you probably just have a stop. Well, you have something that's not quite as dark. I think it's a little more faded. I think you definitely have a smart stop though, and a target. And if you don't, this is just right-click properties and show smart risk levels. If I uncheck it, they go away. So it's properties and then show smart risk levels. I mean, look at this guy. So we had this first 1 minute green candle all the way up here, sold off a little bit. Then we have a big red candle all the way down there. Buyers took it up. You know, like it's fascinating. And now we're moving back up. So what was the verdict on the, was it 50 basis points or 25, or did they, what did they say? But you see how frothy you can get it. That's what I always say. You have to give it at least, usually anyway, at least 5 minutes before you get the true direction. So what are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th minute. At least 5 minutes. Could be longer. But almost for sure that first initial reaction is not necessarily what's going to happen. Now, looks less dramatic, you know, on a different time frame, of course. You know, not quite as dramatic. You still have a big bottoming tail there, but look at it on a 15-minute chart. So that's why, you know, people say, well, why, you know, on a 1 minute chart, it looks incredibly choppy. I mean, it's still, you know, you still have a big topping tail and a bottoming tail on the 15, but it's not quite as jarring. The lower the time frame, that's when you get these, you know, wild looks. Raise rates in March? Well, that was always what they were talking about. I guess is how many basis points. All right, guys. Well, let's wait 15 to see on that 15-minute SPY candle. See, or yeah, SPY candle. Let's see what happens. Well, the Bulls look they got a little bit more control than the Bears on this one, on the SPY. Just looking at the SPY. Especially if it closes near the high of this 15-minute candle. time is it now? 2:07. So it still has 8 minutes. 7 minutes now to close this candle. It could, yes. Okay, guys. Okay, so I'm getting some running ups now, guys. So Hook, wow, look at Hook. I'm sorry, a little screaming there. Look at Hook. Look at Hook. Sorry, that was exciting. Look at Hook. It's too fast. It went right through my price alert. In fact, that's interesting. It went so fast through my price alert that it didn't trigger it. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. I mean, that just absolutely... However, I don't see it here. I don't know why I don't see it here. Do I see it here? I don't even see a hook here. That's very interesting. Oh. Is the AI putting a blue line now where maybe that wasn't a price alert? I gotta see this. No, I may be wrong. Maybe this might be on the, well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at another long trade or long alert. Okay. So there's a blue line. So I don't know if this is on everybody's premium or just in this development version I'm on, but there's obviously a blue line that indicates that was that's where the AI alert is. Okay, so that's why. Good. I'm glad, because I wouldn't have know how to explain that. So that wasn't a price alert that I had. This was just a blue line showing where the alert was. It's an AI, where the AI alert is. Whew. Look at the volume that came in. So this is the one that is it Wainwright or Leerink? I think it's Leerink. Put a $4 price target on them. I believe that's Hook. Ah, good. All is well. All is well. Okay, there it is. See how that happened, guys? Set a price alert. Minimize your price alert window. The price alert window will pop up. You'll see the alert. It'll be right at the top. Put a sound alert on the window itself. If you have a wireless headset and you wander away from your computer. Well, Hook was a long time ago in the option scanner at 211, but that's 10 o'clock. That was a long time ago. You would have been doing nothing for a long time. Now, hook is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is not shortable for me. This is showing up on Zach's topping scan. Not shortable though for me. So this one is actually moving a little bit. I mean, somebody's saying this is a buyout, $25 buyout, but this is actually moving. Maybe they're anticipating a competitive bid. I don't know if this is a friendly bid. Yeah, well, those shorts are getting pummeled then. If there's because there's no shorts available now, so at IB, so that means there's not a lot of short covering happening yet at Interactive Brokers. So that made the AI look pretty good, for a while. I mean, 211, 224, even more when it was up at 230 something. This is the profit the percentage right now, 6%, aggressive profit. So all these columns mean, this is just a guide. This is getting out exactly when the AI gets out of a trade. This is, the aggressive is, okay, let's say what would happen if you took the trade and stayed in all day? Never mind stops or anything, which of course we don't. I like to get rid of this. Moderate is, okay, stay in the trade all day long unless it hits the stop. I think we should get rid of the aggressive, but anyway. Why do I use IBKR? Why do I? I have a question. I like it. I don't know. I've had it for 5 years. Very reliable, dependable. If you're going to say, your broker had hook shorts, that's fine. I mean, look, I understand, Center Point or something like that has more shorts available than, say, IB, but it doesn't bother me. Most of the time, I can always find shorts for the positions I want, so it doesn't bother me. I just think it's a very extremely reliable program, and that to me is the bottom line. I don't want to be in something that freezes or gives me bad fills. This is an interesting move for APTS. I know they're. I mean, okay, so these lawyers come out of the crawl out, and they start saying things like, "Well, we're going to investigate whether Apps has obtained a fair price in its transaction with Blackstone." So nothing against lawyers, any lawyers here, but I mean, we see that a lot. Well, there's a good bounce play from Zach. But again, you know, you get the first alert at 32.02 right there, and then it goes down all the way down here. And what are you going to do? You know, it's definitely not for newbies. It's hardly for me, unless I can really concentrate on it. But like you said, Denver, if that's all you're concentrating on, then yeah, I would agree. Muted. Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Pepe. So I'm just mentioning. Yes, Senna, you can go ahead. If I can answer it, I will. Not a bad little trade for you. Also on the BKKT pull, bouncing off that 8. So I don't know how long I was on mute. So Alex, you asked me why do I use interactive brokers. I don't know if I was on mute when I was answering. Bottom line for me with a broker is reliability. And I've had it for 5 years. I find it very reliable. So that's my number one reason for having a broker: reliability. Yeah, so Sen, I don't do that. So you'd really have to ask IB there or anybody with IB. I don't do that. There may be a way. I just don't do that. I just wow. Look at okay. So there is a direction for sure. There is a direction for the SPY. Just forgot to pay attention to this. So that is a nice move now. Yeah, I've never really had an issue. I mean, I don't get bent out of shape if I'm off a penny or two. If something, if something like that hook. I mean, you're never going to get it. Unless that blew right through. Well, I didn't have a price alert, but if I'd had that price alert at the AI alert, I never would have got it at that price. Never. But most of the things that I take are, it's not the be all and the end all whether I'm in theory off by a couple of pennies or so. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, I know there are hotkeys. I think I played around with hotkeys when I first got the program, but I just don't, for me, to me, hotkeys are great, I guess, if you're looking to buy a whole bunch of shares and trying to scalp, 4 or 5 cents out of something. It's just not my style. Shoot, I was also really toying with the idea of that NVTS on a bounce off 9. Look at the market. Boy, that's a nice move for the market. We may go positive. Remember how negative we were. Let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, take a look at the sectors now and see what has changed. So energy is still, it was always around that 95% mark all day. Again, what that percentage refers to is just, these are the number of stocks, 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's all that means, okay? But financials were quite a bit down here. So now look how they've rallied. 71% now are above yesterday's close. And tech is, tech at one point I think was only about 20%. So, it's rallied a little bit too. So the interesting thing sometimes can be this. So you look at energy right here, XLE, all right? I'll bet there's only one stock down. Let's take a look. Yeah, only one stock is down. So you take a look at HFC and you wonder, well, what the heck? Why is that one down? Why is that down and the rest of every single stock is up in that sector, making up XLE. I don't mean every single oil stock. So you take a look and there's something going on, obviously, with HFC. It's not an earnings play, but there's something going on with HFC. So another way to use this is to, especially when you see a very strong sector or a very weak sector, check like what's happening then. Very strong sector, check out the weak stock. If we had an incredibly strong sector, one that's 90%, check out the ones that are 10%. Check out the ones that are down, and try to figure out, is there a way to trade that? I mean, HFC is just standing out for some reason. Oh, here's another interesting one. What a run it's had. USA truck. Coming off that 20 mark and $28 now in what, about 8 days? Had earnings on the 3rd, early in the month. What does the DNA, Kathy stock? It tells me I wish I were here at 950. Obviously, what a run. Well, look at the SPY guys. Wow, that's a big move. So, I don't see any news on it other than they're going to. When is that Lyric conference? 11th annual. So February 16th. So that's today. So I guess that is the reason for the run. An updated version of corporate. So I guess that's the reason for the run. But I mean, it's still, it's still a beaten up stock. I mean, 1039 is the next high looking left, and then 1050 in this area. So, it's got a lot of this stuff to get through. But I guess that's the reason. I guess they must have released whatever they said at the conference. But it does look like it's trying to consolidate a little bit, maybe break out of here. But again, it's got all this stuff over here. So monthly chart, 1132 is the next high. So it's not that far away. 1048 is the next high in the monthly chart. It's got some tough slogging, I think, to get through all this. But no question, I mean, it had a great run, 70 cent run from here, if you saw it. This is a big bounce for the market. Now SPY is actually basically flat now. Give me a moment. Well, you're talking. So, are you talking about Terry? Are you talking about a day trade, or are you talking about holding it? It depends on your time frame, right? I mean, I just look over here and I see. To me, there looks like there's a. If you're talking about a swing trade for this, I mean, it looks like there's. You got to get through all this over here. Well, right now, I mean, on a day trade, you're obviously chasing it unless it rested for a while. But then, look left. You're at 1042, and you're at 1025 now. So you've got a high over here. I know it's only one day, but that could, as you know, that could easily stall it. So as a day trade, to me, I wouldn't want to see any of this. If it had a straighter shot to say 11 up in this area, I'd say, yeah, okay. If it bases for a while and get some volume, you have maybe a shot to 11. But I just see this here as a day trade potentially to block it. It's not that far away. That's me. You may have a completely different take on it, but. Boy, this is an impressive move, I've got to say. So that first move turned out to be okay. I mean, it was up and down, but then, boy, this is a nice little move. The SPY. We are now almost, if this maintains, we'll have everything positive. And as could have been predicted, this is following the SPY, even though it's an earnings play and basically kind of trading on its own, but RBLX following the SPY. Another one bouncing here, guys. Nexa, NEXA, and another resource stock. Wow, metal ore and mining. Okay, so but Nexa, another earnings play. After hours yesterday, no reaction, and then all of a sudden this morning, but another one that is moving with the market probably, NEXA. So you look at stocks like this. If the market tops out and starts moving down, I mean this is still a weak stock. This could easily start to fall. Because my opinion is that the only reason it's doing this is because of the market. So you can just see the SPY action. That's why, if you're going to trade things like Macy's and, some of the well-known stocks that track the SPY pretty closely, you probably should be out of them before FOMC. Now, if you guessed right that this was going to happen, sure. But you don't know. I mean, it could have gone completely the other way. That's why I never hold anything that is pretty tied into the overall market before FOMC. Some of the smaller ones probably don't care that much, but certainly I'm just looking at Macy's. That looked like an awesome short continuation. And then all of a sudden this happened, and well, there it is. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Well, I hope you're out of your BKKT trade there, Poe. Boy, I mean, look at that, from 8.50 down to $8, just like that. Okay, kind of watching this next set, guys. See if I'm going to, how many shares are available? Not that many at IB, 34,000. You know, you can just see, I mean, it's moved with the market. There's a red bar now. That's a 5-minute chart, of course, but it's a bit of a bad spread though. 854, 862. Not that much volume either. I'm just looking now. I mean, the relative volume is fine, 3, but yeah, not that much volume. So I'm going to take a pass on it. This is ugly. I mean, ugly looking here. Look at fun. I mean, it's still down 6%, and it had a run. You know, it was not a lot more in the earnings play, but just doing nothing. Topping tails, bottoming tails, just kind of doing nothing. Yeah, so basically, United States and Canada. Canada with a big caveat, but basically just the U.S. market. Okay, that's it. Um, Listen, they talked about crypto years ago. Futures, I doubt it. Well, I shouldn't say. I mean, ever. If you're asking me, ever, certainly not in the near term. Okay, so we do have some other. I don't think we have Ikanashi, but I know now we do have some different. This is it now. Candlestick, line bar, area, open, high, low, close, high, low, close. Okay, that's what we have. We used to only have candlestick forever, and we've just added some. Now I don't know if this is available yet for you guys. Okay, but we do have these, but no Hikanashi. Tick charts, if you're talking about tick by tick, like we are looking to increase or decrease, I should say, the refresh rate on our charts to literally a second. I don't know when that's happening. It should be, it's a long. It's to do with the fact that we're going to be able to offer finally scanning before 7 o'clock Eastern time. So the charts are improving. Big thing for me was getting them back to at least rapidly loading. Okay, I mean that was that was driving me crazy. If you're talking about earlier, yeah, I mean, that is a for sure. I mean, I actually, I'm going to be able to see it tomorrow. I won't be able to demo it tomorrow because there are some things that, for instance, well, not getting too into the weeds of it, but I can connect to different servers, right? So this new dev environment server, that is where I can see the charts. The problem with it is so that if I use that right now, for instance, I would not have audible alerts, and there's some other things that happen. It's not it's a really a zeta. It's a zeta, not even a beta or an alpha. I guess I got to go the other way. Sorry, whatever it would be for alpha, which there isn't. But you know what I mean. It's really experimental, so I can't use it. But I'll be able to maybe load it tomorrow morning before I get running and just see what it looks like. So in other words, it is more imminent than it's ever been. It must be just your setup, right, Jado? Because I haven't heard that. I do know that you've been in a conversation. But I think there are other people using Thinkorswim. But is it just you, or have they demonstrated that would be with everybody? I mean, does it something to do with your computer setup? Well, I gotta ask people in the room here. Anybody using Thinkorswim and with our latest beta, 0.63? Anybody with Thinkorswim and using our latest beta? So Poe, are you using our latest beta? The 0.63? Okay, so I need okay, AG, you are using it. Okay. Are you able to link? Okay, but are you using our latest beta? Are you using our latest beta though, 0.63? So Jaime, okay. So there's Jaime who is using the latest beta, 0.63, has Thinkorswim, and are you able to establish a link? So when you click on the symbol, it loads into Thinkorswim. No, okay. But Brian in our YouTube room is saying, so again, remember this is actually this is three questions. And you have to say yes to every one of them. Okay. You have to be using Thinkorswim, yes. You have to be using our latest beta, which is 0.63, and you have to be able to establish a link so that when you click on an alert, it loads into your Thinkorswim platform with no issues. If you can say yes to those three, so put a yes 3, because there are people that aren't able to do it for some reason. Okay, there's Brian saying yes 3, thank you. So it might be, I can't explain why you can't do it, Jado. Because Brian in our YouTube room is saying that he's able to do it. And yeah, I think Jado knows that. You have to run both, right? Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim run as administration or administration mode. But I'm pretty sure you know that. I'm sure they would have absolutely told you all about that, Jado. I know that. I have a feeling it might be something to do with your system. So Brian's going through the steps, and I'm sure this is, open Thinkorswim first. Thank you, Brian, in our YouTube room. So he's open Thinkorswim first. He's putting the steps that he does to get the link. Okay, and then he says, then TD ideals. Okay. Is that right? TD ideals or TD ideas? Let's see if I can copy this. So I don't know. I don't have this. So this is what Brian in our YouTube room. Well, I just show you. Well, okay. I can copy. This is what he was saying. Let's see if he keeps going. And then open trade ideas. Oh, I see. I see. So that this you didn't mean to say. You didn't mean to say TD ideals, I guess, right? And then link them. And what external linking? Then what rule do you use? Any rule? I thought with I thought that somehow you had to create in Thinkorswim, you had to create a little chart or something and link into that chart and never close down that chart. I mean, that's what I sort of remember. I mean, I've never had it, so I don't know. No rule? Okay, so there's no rule for Thinkorswim. No alternate method or first symbol. I don't. Kim, I don't. I know you asked that question. Breaking pre-market high strategy. Yeah, I don't. I used to think that would be an awesome one, but I think I tried it a long time ago and never really found that it was a big deal. All right. Okay, so you've got to link the chart. You got to link a chart. See, for me in Interactive Brokers, I link in my order entry. So I guess what he is saying, I'm I'm just going to copy this. Okay, you're going to want to link the chart. You want to use. You know what? You could always head over to YouTube now. I mean, I'm. Yeah, the issue though is that Jado used to be able to do it no problem. Probably doing it exactly the way Brian and anybody else is going to say. It's just that with 0.63, he's unable to do it. Or he or she is unable to do it. So it's not that Jado did not know how to do it before. It's just that with 0.63, doing exactly the same thing did not work. And JM, are you using 0.63? Are you using the latest beta? Because that's the issue. It's not, if you're not using the latest beta, okay, you see, that's the problem. If you're not using the latest beta, then this is not going to help him. He was fine before the latest beta. Okay, Brian, thank you. I think Brian, the issue is this 0.63. Yeah, you can give the video. The person in the other trading room, he's been able to link, or the person has been able to link forever. It's just it's 0.63. The latest beta has caused a problem. So and our tech people have tried to help. So it may be just a computer configuration. But you can put the link in, but I'm sure the person has probably seen it. It's just this latest beta. All right, Denver. How about Cenex? Did you short Cenex? CENX. I was gonna say I can say hell yeah. What the heck? That's the worst word I've used in 5 years in the room. Thank you, Brian, though. Okay, guys, so it is now, what time is it now? 2:56, so probably stick myself on mute at 3 o'clock. I'm still be here. I can pop in terms of getting on the mic. The room will be open until 3:30, at which time you can head over to YouTube. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. So Todd, okay, Todd? I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so on my homepage, if you go to the scans section, you'll see a lot of the scans that I've got, including these ones, the basic new highs. If you want my layout, but I have to tell you, it is a docked layout. So before you load it, make sure you've saved. If you have a layout running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, okay? Make sure you save your layout before you load my layout. I would probably start off with save your layout, and I would probably, click on Windows, and then close all your windows. You'll still have a toolbar, and then you can load my layout, and this is exactly what you'll see if you want to do that. And one last, if you do want to, you can still participate in the test drive. You'll get 7 days. You'll have tomorrow, Friday, and then Monday's a holiday. So we go to the 28th, including the 28th. So you'll have 7 days. Okay, so Abdul, Monday is a U.S. holiday, yes. President's Day. So Abdul, have you taken at least the basic lessons? Not how to load something from the cloud. So Abdul, I mean, really, if you take my layout, you click on. So you would click on, this is a layout, okay? So you click on it, and then you file load from cloud. When you click on this, probably the layout string is right in here, and then you just load it. Okay. In fact, let me just show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to close all my windows. Okay. Then I'm going to click on the link. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on the link. That doesn't look like a... Hope I haven't done this wrong. Let me just see here. No, this is wrong. I have to get rid of the first part, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, guys. That's a mistake on my part. This is the link. I think what happened when I copied it... But you guys have been able to load it, right? This is not right. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is right. Okay, good. I think what happened is when I copied it over into YouTube, the test drive February 22 layout also showed up in the link. But this is what you should see. Okay, so here, Abdul, I apologize. This is what you should... Here you go. That's the link, okay? So if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. It's pretty nice looking, I have to admit. Okay? There you go. So Pepe was able to do it. I have a feeling it's got something to do with your computer configuration, JTO, which is really tough then for our development guys. Okay, guys. So that is. So I do apologize. I think when I was copying, what happened is, but this is the layout that you see. And underneath is the link. Okay? So that is the link for the layout that you see on the screen. Now I'm going to get rid of it. Bring back my layout. So I mean, you know, what I've been showing you is exactly the same as in that layout that I just shared. The only difference is there was no AI. You're welcome, Brian. I don't know. Let's take a look. what we have anyway for BKKT. So we have February 17th pre-market. So we have tomorrow morning before the market opens. That's what we have. I'll check another site though, just to see what they've got. And the answer is, so another site says the same thing, before the market opens tomorrow, okay? That's what it says. Check FinViz, and our provider is saying the same thing. So I would say it's tomorrow before the market opens, BKKT. I would never be holding. How to get the ticker symbol in the chart. Okay, so left click on the chart. Just left click on the chart, just so that TradingIdeas knows the chart you want to go into. So left click on it, and then just start to type. When you start to type, most of the time this change symbol box will pop up, and you just click change, and that's it, okay? Or you can hit enter, again I'll type, or you can hit enter on your keyboard, okay? And that'll do it. For some reason, when you left click and start to type, the symbol box doesn't show up. You hit the space bar on your keyboard, and then this change symbol box will show up. Okay, so did that work? Either one of those work, Todd? Left clicking is just to let the system know that you're in the chart you want to do this in. But most of the time, left click and just start typing. And that's it. No ticker symbol ID in background of chart. You mean if I type in, okay, first of all, does the box show up? So when you start to type, does the change symbol box show up? Okay, so and what you're saying then is that this is faint. The ID, I mean, they gave me a little special version, so I could increase the font, I could darken this, so that people could see. I'm not sure you have that option. Yet. Yeah, I don't see on the symbol that you have that option. No, yeah, you can't change it. Yeah, so that's just something that you can't do yet, okay? I know it's kind of faint. The only reason I have it dark, I mean, I used to have it like you guys, kind of faint and small, but obviously I'm displaying I'm sharing or displaying my monitor all day long. So they said, okay, they created a little code for me. It seems crazy that you guys can't do that now either, but I'm sure it'll happen in time. Okay, well, if you can change the opacity, then that's the answer, just not the color. See, I know, see, Pepe, you should be. Oh, of course, it's the watermark. Okay. Really? See, I won't do anything to mine. Okay, so you guys can do that. Okay, yeah, mine is hard-coded, yes. I mean, it's, yeah, so I guess then so what you're saying is that you can increase, you can make your symbols darker, you just can't increase the size. Okay. So there you go, Todd. So you can make it darker, I guess. I'm on this always on this development version, so I don't quite see what you guys see. But so I guess if you right click, as long as you're on the right version, that at least has select chart. So if you right click on the chart and then click on select chart style, and then click on color grid, and then here's the opacity, watermark opacity. So I guess that allows you to get this a little bit darker. Yeah, so unfortunately, you probably just downloaded our their production version. Download 0.63. So if you go to my home page, I wish I had made this the production version, but okay. So if you go to my home page, click on my home page link. Okay, and then up at the top here, scroll up and see where it says download. Click on download, and then scroll down past that production version and down to the beta. And that should allow all of that. Yeah, so I'll be shutting this room down at 3:30, guys. Okay, what time is it now? 3:11. So I'll stay on the mic. I'll stay on the mic until 3:30. I'll shut this room down at 3:30. I'll put the YouTube link in. And if you want, you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there from Trade Ideas. And you can ask him questions also. You have to go over to YouTube, Terry. This room will not be open. I shut it down at 3:30. That's why Chris takes over, and you can go over to YouTube. You could talk trading over there. It's just that there are people in the YouTube room right now, asking me questions about certain stocks. You can certainly talk trading over there. That'd be interesting with the BKKT tomorrow, though. It'd be interesting to see what sort of pop it has, or pop or drop. I don't think people are expecting much. You're not in these things because you're expecting explosive earnings or anything like that. This is all future based. Yes, Canoe. Yes, I do. Well, when I say I do, I moderate both rooms at the same time. I mean, this is more active. Terry's right; is more active in this room in terms of traders and all that. But some people just prefer to be over in YouTube because it's easy. You know, they just click a button, you're in. You can hear me, see my screen, but you can certainly interact. I mean, if you want to talk about stocks, go over there. You can do that when I'm done in this room. And we'll see you tomorrow, Kim. Okay, so maybe I will mute myself now. Again, I'll pop in if I don't leave. I just sit here and sort of rest my throat. But if I need to, I'll get on the mic. But I just want to put the general announcement in. Are the truckers close to me? No, not really. I'm in Vancouver. Well, it's an American company, but you know they hired me. But yeah, it's based. There's no head office. I mean, but most of the people at Trade Ideas live in the San Diego area. But we have two Canadians who work for them. I'm on a contract basis. I guess you'll call it a contract basis. Myself and Michael Noss is out in Nova Scotia, and then the rest of we actually have somebody from South Africa, Stephanie. Some of you may know her, and the rest are located in various areas of the United States. It is 12:15 in Vancouver. Yes. All right, Chris, I do see you there, so I shall stop my stream and have a good hour.
Alrighty, just checking. Looks like we got the video going. Check the audio. Alright, audio looks good too, or sounds good, I should say. Alright, everybody, Trade Ideas Late Day Q&A here. Do this as an open forum Q&A, so whatever your questions are about the software, the platform, whether we're looking at top lists and races or alert windows, compare count windows, fire those away for me, please. As I always say, I don't come with anything pre-done as far as the content goes here. I leave that all up to you. Of course, if you all give me the silent treatment, I'll attempt to come up with something here. We kind of went through all the sectors yesterday briefly, but a lot of the sectors, I think, over and over again look stuck in a range, basically. Not many showing a lot of strength, so kind of made it quick and easy as far as that goes. A lot more slop and chop out there today, and I guess the Fed came out with minutes. They had no idea that was going on whatsoever. It just shows how little I pay attention to the news. All of a sudden I saw my pin SPY chart and my P&L both skyrocketing, and it was a nice pleasant surprise. So whatever the Fed did, I hope they keep doing it. I get there's people that can't stand them and the market's manipulated and all those things like that, but we can sit here and complain about the market being manipulated and watch it continue to do things without us, or we can play the rigged game and make some money along with them. So I choose the latter. So, alright, I see how it is. Silent treatment for me here. So, let's go over a few things today. So, today I was able to, with my stock races, let them run for the day. I didn't have my layout reset at all. So, take a look at some of these here towards the later part of the day and see what we had for winners. So, we can see Viacom here. This had 6 wins. Alright. And a lot of them were coming in later in the day, starting in here. So again, these races have really shown me the path lately. And I had another all right day today. I took one race. I only made one trade today. Still holding a little bit of it. See if I can't get some more action in this one here, some more upside action. But I took this PACB today. Came in on a race. I liked that gap down and reverse action that it seemed to have. So it reported earnings yesterday and kind of just held up all day yesterday after those earnings. So it had a gap up and kind of just floundered around and finished, kind of flat on that. And I saw this big gap down and I thought, looks like, are we running stops here? Especially, look at this level here. And so I said, all right, well, I've got a clear defined risk area here. And while I think this might be some resistance, I think I can handle this right here. So we went ahead and we took a shot right here, and well, we can see the results. It was decent. So, but I've sold most of it as we were climbing up the ladder today. So again, the race is kind of pointing the way for me, and me having to make a decision based on that. Court has won just one race, but man, this thing has been going all day long. So a little sad that I didn't see this early. And I don't think this is anything that I saw early, so it doesn't show everything. There's always going to be something moving that we wanted to be a part of. But court, man, what a move on this one here all day long. Up, up two and a half right there, or so 2.5 points. Not too shabby. Again, another earnings play. So they had earnings yesterday. They had a strong day yesterday with those earnings, and we could see right here, that was our line. We got through that and blasted right through this as well. And here we are. We're coming up on this one here. So, but only one alert from that, or one race from that, I should say, and that was somewhere here when a lot of the move has already been made. So, not that money couldn't be made there, but that's a long way up as it is already on a day like today. So, and again, this isn't just for me here talking into the void. Please, if anybody here has questions, please, please, please fire those away for me here. Let's see what other races did we have going on today. WIX, that had a lot of wins. What does this look like? Ah, there we go. That's why. Nothing like a 30% gap down. Oh my goodness. So this thing, well, it didn't actually gap down that much. That's where the gap is. So it was less than a 20% gap down, but probably, I don't know, almost a 30% move when all was said and done by the end of that candle. And a nice recovery from that afterwards. So I have no idea what these people do. Computer programming. Interesting. Debbie, you have better release for race history, for me at least, when I check the flag runs out of room. Race updates scatter all over the window. You know what? I'm testing what we're hoping will be one of the next builds that comes out, Debbie. I'm on, you're going to be on 0.63. I'm on a 0.65 or 0.66. I can't even remember now. So we're hoping some more improvements there, because yesterday I was on the same version that you are on, and they sent me to test this today. And they actually put another one out for me to test later going into tomorrow. So yesterday I had a scroll bar here. Now I have this instead for scrolling. So I have these arrows and this going on right here. So, we continue to try to improve upon that. But yesterday I was working on, I think it was, here's the thing. I had it going yesterday with the history, and then 3 times I had my layout shut down because I was on a test server and I kept crashing on that test server for something, and so it kept resetting my layout. So I never actually got to have a big pile of winners like this, like I got today. So Mossy, what did that do? And so, just so many ways to kind of look at these races, not just the live race, but go back in history. There's ideas inside these races. That's, this is, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting too up on this for some reason, but I don't know. I'm feeling good about these race cars here. As the song says, I'm a believer. What else? So USAK, that had a whole bunch of wins. Yeah, I don't know. Probably a lot of that came in on this candle, I would bet, and then probably some more on this candle here. So, like I said, they're not all the greatest of actionable ideas, but different charts are going to look good to different people for different reasons. Looking at this, just for fun, let's look at this on let's say a 2-minute chart real quick. Well, that looks terrible. Thought that was going to look better on a 2-minute chart. Not going to lie, it looked even worse. A 1-minute chart's really bad. Odd how it skips around, because it's not like it's that liquid. 700,000 shares traded today. I think it would have looked a little smoother on those charts, but nonetheless, different thoughts for different people, different ideas. What a trend that is. Look at that. Just happy accident because I was zoomed way out like that. This move that it's made in the last however many days. So that's going back to the 7th. Yeah, I mean, a lot of ugly charts, especially let's, look at the 15-minute here. Let's zoom back in a little bit here and bring up that SPY. And I imagine most of the other indexes, major indexes, look the same thing. We've got this this gap down and a wick, and we're, wick, and a wick, and a wick, and we, tightened up a little bit for a minute, and then another wick, and that down move right there before the Fed was, releasing here. this last hour or so before the Fed released their minutes or whatever happened, and then touch on the low of the day, we make a new high of the day before we decide what direction we actually want to go in, and then move that way. So it's hard. And so something I want to point out too, Michael was mentioning this in the Twitter Spaces, and the IWM. I mean, just to illustrate what makes it so hard, especially for swing traders and investors right now, is this. In hindsight, that was a bull trap. This very well just may be a bear trap just a few months later, all right? We won't know officially, I think, until if we can get above this line again that's right there. But we get above that line, and we can officially call that a bear trap. I mean, you kind of call it one now coming off that low right there. So imagine we're sideways like this for this long, and a general rule of thumb is the longer you go sideways, the bigger the move out of it. And so that, I really thought, and I was talking back here in these spaces for anybody that was in here, I thought this was it. We were going to go up, and then I thought maybe we test this area again, but I thought this is the direction we were headed in the IWM, and I was dead wrong. I was 100% wrong. And, that was a bull trap right there. We came right back down, bounced on the low of the range, the year range, moved up, and then flew right through it, no problem. Cut like a knife right through that. So, yeah, anyways, that's that. So it's just that's ugly. That's all there is to it. And for a lot of us that are trading and day trading and or short-term swing trading, a lot of these stocks that we look at are classified in the IWM based on what the market cap is of these stocks, all right? And so when you're in that kind of slop and chop, that's what you're going to get. But to quote a semi-famous CEO that I happen to work for, just use the races. So there's that. I made this race last night for someone. Someone was messaging me on Twitter. I was just asking a couple questions there on Twitter with me. So I made this race real quick for them. I didn't really check it out, but if anybody wants it here, I'll load this up and go over what I created in it. So let me load it first. Let me share it with you all. So there's that if anybody wants it. And so this is what I created here. Right click, and similar to what I've already got going on, I just tweaked a little bit of stuff in here. But it took a minimum of $4, 125,000 shares on the day, but it's had to be up at least 1% from the previous day's close. Not a gap up, so it could be something that gapped down and reversed even, all right? And I put a relative volume of 3 and a 5-minute RSI minimum of 45. And threw that in there today. I didn't get a chance to run it today. The test drive going on, and just kind of stay focused on what I have. It does become a little tricky trading during the test drive, and I don't want to... I want to make sure the people that are test driving are getting full support here. So, I'll mess around. Maybe, we'll see how things pan out into the second week of test drive, if they slow down or not. But, I just like to create stuff anyways for fun. So that's what I was looking at here today. And, I'll be honest, I think a lot of these stocks, I've seen a lot of them throughout the day here already. I suspect Court was probably on here more today than it was on these ones here, actually. MYTE, I don't think I've seen that one at all today. Ooh, that's an interesting chart. Very interesting. Upstart here. This was making moves in the pre-market, I saw. I was doing some posting work, and here we go. We're moving higher into the close, it looks like. Are we, yeah, large caps just really spiked coming into the close. Interesting, the large cap spiked right up, but the SPY is not following suit, so I'm wondering what I'm looking at here on my compare count windows. I see this going on right here. That's just like shot right up, but we can see small caps not quite the same in kind of mid cap area. Not really mid cap, it's really small cap still. Kind of flattish there. So interesting. And again, you're welcome, Brian. Again, folks, people with questions, please fire those away for me here. Kind of talking into the void and a little back and forth with Debbie right here. She's keeping me company. I appreciate that, Debbie. I think, Debbie, you and I are have the same kind of enthusiasm for this racing too. Really kind of changed how I look at day trading, to be honest. APTS, I've been seeing that on races all day. But, no, so that can't be a buyout, right? Is that just an earnings? Do they have earnings today? No, they didn't have earnings. Alright. Forcing me to look at the news. Buyout, yes. Okay, they got a buyout offer. Fair enough, alright. It was a buyout offer, not an actual buyout yet. Interesting, alright. So for anybody that's test driving here and maybe they're having a little trouble with the layout or trying to figure out what kind of layout, I created a layout actually this morning. Stephanie and I are gonna try to revamp some stuff with how we're onboarding people to the software, and instead of using the channel bar as a focus for kind of layouts, Stephanie and I are going to create some layouts, do some videos on those layouts. So first I'll share this layout if anybody wants it. Very simple layouts, couple of scans, couple of charts. I like my bumper cars for lots of crashing, so so we're going to create a couple layouts, just simple stuff here, right? So that's the layout I just shared with you. It's a docked layout, and I'm going to go ahead and bring that over and just go over what I did in this layout and make it real easy. So if anybody's out there, they want a layout, they can't figure anything out yet, they're having a little trouble, we're trying to figure out ways to help everybody out. So this is the layout I created. 3 charts, real simple, 5, 15, and a daily. I left the intraday chart similar to what I use here, or I shouldn't say similar, exactly what I use, just an 8 EMA and a 20 SMA. And then on the daily chart, I took a 20 SMA, a 50 SMA, and a 200 SMA. All right, so we got some nice fanned out lines, but still try to keep the charts a little bit clean. All right, and then I created 3 scans. All right, so I created these here. Pull back 5-minute high. All right, and so what I'm doing here, what I created here to look at, let's hide these unused ones here, is looking at stocks between $5 and $100, 125,000 shares traded today. Just got to be a little bit up from the close from yesterday. Relative volume of 2, but we don't want to be at the high of the day. We want to make sure we're off the high of the day. We've got a 50-cent range over the last 5 days, and the catalyst to get the alert is a 5-minute high here. All right. So the idea is to find things that may have made a high earlier in the day, they pull back, and now they're moving back up again. So that's kind of the idea of what I was looking at doing there. Very similar to that. Alright, and then I did down yesterday, up today. Alright, here's another one that we did. And again, this is all in that layout that I just shared. So the catalyst here is a crossed above resistance, and again, this crossed above resistance, it looks back in time and tries to find an area where price has been gravitating towards, and the algorithm decides that's a level of price. So for example, if we were to say that this right here was where the algorithm was deciding that crossed above resistance line is, as it broke up here, that would give the catalyst for this alert. And then of course we need these filters to all be met. So we want 8 to $100 there, 150,000 shares traded today. 3 on the relative volume game here. It was down at least 1% yesterday, and has to be at least 25% above the low of yesterday now. So we're trying to find stocks recovering in that sense with this one here. And one of the reasons why I've done these alerts like this is I know for myself at the very beginning of trading, I was chasing a lot of new highs. I still do it, or I don't do it now because I trained myself not to chase new highs, but it took me a long time. All the time I'd see these new high alerts come out, and I'm like, all right, it's breaking resistance, this is it. And I can't tell you how many times I bought pretty close to the last new high of the day, and I'm like, man, this has always happened to me. It always seems to reverse on me. So I decided not buying highs on the day might work out better for me. So this is something that, I just kind of my own thought anyways. And then the last scan that I created in here was this, cross resistance with some volume. So this one could be taking out a high, it could not be taking out a high, but again, the cross resistance alert that's right there. And then again, we're looking at stocks, $475, 125,000 shares traded a day, relative volume 3. I want to see in the last minute it was up at least 0.2%, and we're doing 3.5 times its normal 1 minute volume over 10 days. So, momentum without being overly momentum was kind of my idea behind it. You can certainly, I'm sure, find stuff spiking wicked, but the idea was try to find things that they're moving up, but maybe not a crazy move up, getting people looking at chasing. And then I made a simple single stock window here for everybody that wants to use this layout. Just looking at some real simple data points. Let me see if I can expand this so it looks a little nicer here. There we go, it's a little better. So, I put in float, you've got the earnings date, short float, some debt, what the 200 SMA is, 15-minute volume, 5-minute volume, daily RSI, market cap, cash, percent in options volume today, where it is since January 1st, and I put our stock composite rating in there, updates real time, a little bit of fundamental data in there, a lot of technical data that's in there, so just something to kind of try to point people. If anybody in here, I see it says 38 people watching. I don't obviously know if it's really that many people or not, but usually there's only 10 or 15 people in here, so I think it's fair to surmise there's a number of test drivers in here. And so if anybody that's test driving, they've been struggling trying to find a layout, real simple, clean layout, just 3 charts. I think it's best to try to stay focused in, that kind of narrower view of data, especially during the live hours and you're trying to get that feel for the software and trading at that same time. And then of course in the after hours, take what you like with this. You may not like the price ranges that I've done, so of course, right click and configure, and we can come into any of these here and we can change any of these around. If you don't like a 5-minute high, you could put a 15-minute high in there. We got that for you. Whoops. 15-minute high if you wanted to, 15-minute consolidation breakout. There's a lot of different things we could do with any of these scans here. Just thought, like I said, create something a little basic, help anybody out that might be struggling there. So again, the floor is open for any questions that anybody has, so please, fire those questions away on me here. Oh, wow. Holding a position in vet, and I didn't notice that this happened here, so... Well, we filled the gap almost from today. We'll have to see. Is it going to knock me out of it tomorrow? But we've got a gap fill here. All right, perfect, Brian. I'm glad you like that. And, we'll see how fast, Stephanie and I can come up with all these, just a couple of simple layouts. We're going to put them in the user guide. I'm going to do a video similar to what I just did, probably a little more pointed, a little quicker of a video, what I just did for that. For each one of these layouts. So, well, this beautiful red bar ignore on the daily here, and we were doing this here early in the day, and I said, yeah, we're going to the moon. And I started to pull back, and I said, all right, that's normal, and we were moving up. I'm like, and the market was fading, and then this happened. I said, all right, we're going back up again, and, well, that's what happened there, so. Not too much further, and it'll actually stop me out on my rising stop here, so. So, all right, that's that. Sorry, just a chat going on, trying to make sure, stay up to date on anything going on here. Is there a way to title each window quickly, or do I need to do it with each smaller window? No, you could do it. So are you talking about like the, well, I'll show titling any window here for you real quick there. So here I call this starter layout pullbacks and breakouts. If I right click up here on the top, I can change the title of this entire window, this entire layout right there. All right. And then on these scans, these individual scans, if we right click and we come into configure, I can go to summary and I can change the names right there. And so those are, all right, so yeah, not the title. So those are the only ways to, those are the only two ways to change names. I think that's what you're asking right there. On the single stock window, there's no real naming. I mean, if you were saving it to the cloud, you'd give it a name then, but it's always going to have the title of whatever stock you're looking at, and the same thing with the charts here. So just those two ways, the title that I showed, which was not what you were looking for, and oh, that's JP. I'm using docked windows. That's why. So I can go over the docking feature with you real quick. See, so you're talking about how like I can move this whole thing like this. I think that's where you're going. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's easy. So let's. I'm gonna get rid of that docked layout. That's right there, and I'm gonna bring up a free floating set of windows here. All right. So I've got these free floating windows that are right here, right? And what I can do is I can right click them and we can look for launch into new dock window. Okay. See, each of my docks here that I currently have, all right, are labeled. So I have charts, that's this one up here. Scanning in single stock window, that's this one right here. I have some that are on other pages or other screens too that are here. So if we go duplicate in the new dock window, I click that opens a new docked window with that scan in it. I just want to shrink it down because the other screen has a different resolution that's in it. Alright, so now you can see that this window here has been duplicated into this dock. And I can take, any free floating window and now start to dock them. So what I like to do always when I create the first dock is change the title so I know what I'm working with. And so I'll right click up top, change that title just so I know which dock it is, and we'll call it late Q&A dock. We'll press OK. Alright, so now it's changed the name up there. And so if I right click this free floating window, I can find that right there, late Q&A dock. Now I've duplicated in there. So right now they're tabbed together, all right? But I'm going to show you how to untab them. And so I can take any free floating window, even if we're just using the same ones over and over again for the exercise, I can take these all and just keep right clicking, and whatever windows I want in here, get them all into the dock. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in here, all right? And then to start organizing them, I can pull them, all right? And there's this tool right here. So wherever you hover the mouse over, that's how it's going to put that in that dock. And if I were to put it right over the center again, it would re-tab it like that. And so I could take this here and I can, and go this way with this one if I wanted. And then I could take this one out and put it this way. And I've got, this one here and I can put it underneath again. All right. And I could take this one out and I could put it to the side like this again. And so now, they're, however I want to organize these, of course, And so now they've all kind of got their spaces and the whole thing moves together just like that. And then just to go a little further on docking, there's, a bit that can be done with it, and there's no right or wrong with docking, obviously. I got a section here of the user guide for you. Open, copy. And there you go, sir. That should help answer some questions for you there. And there's no, like I said, there's no right or wrong way to create a dock. You can see here, like, I've got this dock here for my charts are together, and I've got this dock here where these items are together like that. So, you can have multiple docks, and this way everything doesn't have to be completely linked together either, but still helps you keep things neat and organized. So look at that, the market closed, I didn't even realize it. So kind of a wonky close there at the end there for the SPY. So yeah, the docking feature was one that I was really excited about. Some people like it, some people don't. I'm running a lot of things during the day and troubleshooting stuff, so it helps me keep things organized. And I think anybody that has multiple tasks going on in life in general, the docking helps keep things neat and organized as well too. So, and I think the more organized we are with things, the better we're able to make some decisions here. So just curious now, some stuff that was for my early races that I didn't take a trade on. So I had this here. This ended up being an AI trade too, I guess. So I had this here early in these races here, and I'd set a pullback alert, and that went off. And, it went all right after that pullback alert, not too shabby. So again, more than one way to set these races up here. You see stuff coming in early. Here's one that did not work out. SoFi, this came in. I think this came in somewhere around here, and I set an alert there, and I was like, ooh, this might go, and nope. I'm looking at that here, but I'm also looking at this here, so it's wedging higher right now. So I do like SoFi overall. What do they even do? What does SoFi do? Who are they? Financial services, offer home loans, personal loans. Oh, well, we talked about how strong financials are, so there you go. Interesting that they look so ugly. But, I don't know, that's a nice wedge that's forming on that chart. I like that. You're very welcome, JP. Happy, I really enjoy doing this and helping users get the most out of the software that we can, and please never hesitate to, I don't always know all the answers or sometimes I misinterpret things, but I always keep pushing and working at it. And I always say if I don't have the answer, we have the email, and I get together with minds greater than mine to get the right answer for you folks. SFL. Oof, beautiful move. How did I not see that one today? Interesting. All right, so deep sea freight transportation just obeyed that 8 EMA today, right up that line. Even on the 5-minute chart, was really obeying it and respecting it right up through here. So, sorry. So sorry, back to this chart. Here's a message coming in for me here. So it's interesting because you have this range here, all right, and broke down and back into that range. Now it's really jumped right out of that with a real big gusto. So that's a strong looking chart here. It might be setting up, and shippers have been looking like they're trying to get off the mat. B-Dry is a shipping ETF. So I was talking the other day, is that a double bottom or not? Because we made that move up here, or are we just seeing more of that right there? To be seen, but that was really bucking the trend of shippers in general here, because shippers gapped down and just kind of putzed around for the day. So that's what I see on SFL. Again, for me, it would be hard for me to go chase that and making a 10%, 10.5% move today like that, even more than 10.5%, because that's after hours at 65, so it's pulled back a couple of pennies right there. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was running that window for a long time. Since I started running these races, I got rid of that. I redid my whole layout. I was, running that one from Barry there. Interesting. So let's see, options volume today. Wow, crazy options volume today, 1,700%. Interesting. I wonder if they had news or something. So yeah, so they had earnings. Oh, right here. Duh, Chris. Earnings today before market opens. Ha ha ha. Huh. Interesting. Oh, right there. It says it right there. Earnings date. Saying, why can't I see it? Because I'm not looking. That's why I couldn't see it. Yeah, that's one of the things with Barry's scan there is it's a lot of earnings plays come through it that look really good. Well, when transports do well, that usually means good things for the economy. So we'll see what happens here. Just a one-off, or something of a larger trend that we're looking at here. So interesting. I see some of these races still running. Wonder if there's some after hours action going on. Nope. Absolutely no action in that stock. Only 200,000, 300,000 shares traded today, more or less. ALKS, yeah, that made a big move today. Big move, look at that. 4 dimes. And so again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. So let's see here. Sean was talking about the fear factor index here still being holding above 20. I don't know. This thing looks like it's ready to give it up now. 20 is like the gauge. Up above 20 is when we start to wonder, is there something going on under the hood there? kind of a mixed bag from the rest today. So gold miners, as I was bashing them yesterday, trying to make a trend change here. Again, did we put a floor in here? We're working off this, grinding higher. Gold making a recovery from yesterday's gap down. But again, like I said, I like the gold chart. I like this gold chart very much. And that's what I like about that gold chart, trying to break that down, shortward down trend. Broke this downward trend here. Alright, and it's kind of stayed up above after breaking that trend right here. Pulled back and use that as support. So that's kind of what I'm looking at in any kind of gold plays that might or might not come to fruition. So sorry, just clicking around some things here. Let's take a look at the strength alerts. What are they doing here? So CVI. So let's see, we're on Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we're kind of just hanging around here. There's the open on Monday. Here's where we're at right now. That's the bottom of the list. CAG. Let's see today. So here's the open on Monday. We shot way up here actually. And so we're kind of hanging right where we were from Monday. So there's one down, one wash. Tuesday, so here's where we open Monday. Here's where we close. So there's a nice move and one strength alert. Northrop. So here's where we opened Monday. A big wobble around. So we're slightly underwater here from Monday's open there. And last but not least, EC. Looks a little nicer here. So today, yesterday, Monday. I guess that's where we opened on Monday, and that's where we are today. So 2 days to go. Yeah, we've got two in the money. One's flat, and one's not too far out of the money. So, all right, looking all right so far for strength alerts this week. What else for me? You folks are awfully silent on me here today. Let's see another race that didn't work out for me today here. I was looking at Himax Technologies here, chip maker. I believe Taiwan, right? Is that accurate? I believe so. Yeah, Taiwan. So it came in actually on this early race on a big move up here, but it pulled back and they said, all right, maybe if we can get above that. And while it did, it just never really got going like I thought it might, but it's going to have earnings tomorrow, so it was also why I was shying away from it because I didn't want to take any risk home with me on an earnings play overnight. Although, chip makers in such high demand and things like that, I won't be surprised that we wake up and that thing's up here tomorrow, to be honest. But that's more gambling. I don't have a trading plan for that, so. What else did we look at today on races? This is another race here. This one would have been a decent race. I got the alert. I got the original somewhere in here and set up a price alert above. I made a nice move for a couple minutes there. Nothing crazy, but certainly actionable. And again, that those all came from this one race. I've shared this a bunch of times here. So if anybody doesn't have it for some reason, by all means, let me know. DVN, Devon Energy. This thing made a huge move. It looks like Holly got shorted right up here too. That worked out well. Made a move, bounced off, came back and touched that opening range. So, something really, I think, to point out too for anybody that's trying to figure things out with charts. When we're in this kind of choppy market like we are, you might want to really pay attention to opening ranges, 15, 20, 30-minute opening range. Because a lot of times that kind of establishes your high and low for the day. Now, trading ranges is much tougher, but, knowing what the possible range is, certainly helps stack the deck more in your favor. So it's something always to consider when you're looking at charts at opening range, how it may or may not affect the price action moving forward. Was there anything else here? What am I missing? This was another one that I caught here on race. Nothing crazy though. Let's see. We had this just below 8. 8.30. That's not bad actually for an $8 stock. My stops on race picks. Um, yeah, I know, David. I can't even look at that chart. I can't look at that chart. It just kills me. getting knocked out by a few cents, and then thing took off on me on a trailing stop. I just like, and I couldn't re-enter. I just couldn't. Anyways, it is what it is. There's plenty of trades like that. Um, So yeah, it's such a teaser. So, oh, sorry, W. What are you using for stops and race picks? A lot of times, either that opening range or or a rising moving average. So, like, let's see, what was my thought here on Pack B when I took this morning? Yeah, so Pack B, I decided I was going to use the opening range, say the bottom of the opening range as my stop. That was my stop today there. And so, I made my entry here, and I thought to myself, we could do 12. It's possible. And so, trying to keep the upper R bigger than the lower R, was risking down here to get up here. Just a hair over what I thought it might do, but a little more than a 1-to-1 ratio. But that's what I use for that. A lot of times on these races, I'm intending them to be day trades. If if they make a nice move like this ended up doing, and it ended up moving up here, I sold, 3/4 of my position on the way up here. And I took a little home because earnings are behind us now, and I can move that stop up. I mean, obviously, moving my stop up won't help me if it decides to gap down to here tomorrow. There's nothing I could do about it, but that's just the inherent risk with any trading. But we get above that level, we could climb to $15 potentially. Now, is it going to do it? I don't know. Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? Probably not in the amount of time that I'm willing to hold the stock for. But, I know the thing can move for sure. It has, big ranges when it trades well. So that was my thought process behind that. Anything else here? I mean, vet. I've had this position for so long now. There's, I started back here with vet, and then I sold some here, and then this happened, and I bought some actually on this day and sat underwater for a minute, and then I sold some here, I think, and I think I bought some back. Maybe it was here the other day. So, I'm using these ranges, these opening ranges here, as stops. But this I intended to be a swing trade. So as I've moved up, I've taken profits and then, reloaded essentially. Yeah, that APTS, that was probably, yeah, the high volume momentum up. But like, let's give some other examples here. So SoFi, had I decided to take today on SoFi, I'd have probably done about the same thing here because we can see this right here, this line. That was a pretty good line in the sand to have off this opening range here. It's probably 1250 is what I was looking at for a stop there. Figuring I'm wrong below this level. But again, I gotta say I like this overall. I'm gonna leave this. Mostly I delete my price alerts at the end of the day, or most of my price alerts. I'll leave this one because this thing is wedging really nicely right here. Yeah, Tom, so we're going to do an exercise real quick to make sure that you always know you're on the most up-to-date one here. All right, so the first thing, follow along with me here, Tom. Get your menu bar, all right? And you're going to come to Tools, and you go Options. Get rid of my drawing there. So we're in Tools and Options, okay? And we're going to come to Upgrade, and you're going to select All Releases right here there, Tom, all right? And after you select that, go ahead and click Save. All right. And then moving forward, anytime that you're not on the top release, whoops, this new will go a bold green color right there. All right. And so after you do that, go ahead and I want you to go to account and I want you to reset connection. And that'll probably make that green if you're not on the newest release, Tom, all right? And assuming that happens, right here, if you were to click afterwards, it's going to be, upgrade to the latest version or something to that effect. It'll say some message there that you can select. And that'll take you to the download page. Let me get a download page over here for us. All right, and when you're on the download page there, Tom, and this is for anybody, all right, you're gonna scroll down and you're gonna skip the production version. It'll say download latest production version. And then as we scroll down, we're gonna come to the latest beta version, all right, and that's what we want. We'll download that, and then there's notes about all the changes that were recently made in this beta. There'll be, some visuals, some links to some of these items here, all right, all this stuff like that. And to see what version you're on there, Tom, go to help and go to about, and you'll see what you're on, all right? And so you should, to be on the latest one, you'll be on 5.5.63. And that's how you will know you are on the latest and the greatest. So let me know. I need to make the initial download. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm sorry. When you said I haven't done anything yet, I apologize. When you said I don't have anything yet, I thought you meant it didn't turn green on that bar for you there. So yeah, that's all you need to do. I apologize, Tom. So let's do this and make this even better for you. So I apologize. I didn't realize where you were at. That was my misunderstanding. So again, the download page, I'm going to drop that link in here for you. All right, download trade ideas, just in case I don't want you to have trouble navigating to there. Get you there really quick. 1, 2, 3. Click that link, and like I said, you're going to come here. All right, you're going to scroll past the production version. I'm going to head right on down to the public beta right here. And that's, I think, what you should be on, and that way you can have all the newest features that we've got going on right here. And then I'm just about set to wrap it up for the day here. However, Tom, if you want some some videos and user guide to look at and things like that, send us an email here, info@trade-ideas.com. All right. And myself or Stephanie or someone like that will get to you if you send us an email there saying, hey, I know you got a lot of education material. Let me have that. We'll put together some links for you. I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, at least for the time being, until we decide to switch things up, or if and when we do. Barry starts his stream at, I guess, 8 o'clock in the morning now. He gets live at 9 o'clock in the morning, Eastern times. And we also have a Q&A like this every day at noon Eastern. And so there's ways to get at us just like that, and trying to help everybody the best we can. Get up to speed with everything that we're doing here. page here. And all right, yeah, like I said, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern. Usually go for about an hour or so. The more engaging everybody is, on days where I can stick around longer, I will. And like I said, Barry will be here opening this up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, and anything else anybody has in the after hours here, we can be reached info at trade-ideas.com. Once again, just to share that out real quick. And that'll be a wrap for me today. So, all right, thank you everybody for coming in. Really appreciate it. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday evening. Take care.